I was swinging fives yesterday. I said I've been seeing fives. I look at the phone. I look at the clock. It says 5:05 yesterday. The video ended at 5 hours, 5 minutes, and 50 seconds. Something like that. It's pretty cool. 5 by 5. All right. So, you know what? If you got them, smoke them. Why not? If you can't light up for all those that can't that want to. You know what I'm saying? Light a candle for the lost souls in the world. So this is one of my own journals. Well, I didn't write the journal, but I put a little compendium, little mini books that I really appreciated. I got information, I printed it out, and I bound it all together so that I could have a quick reference to the material that I appreciated the most. And five has been popping up across the board, so right away, that's funny. It's ruled by Mercury here. Gemini and Virgo ruled by Mercury. The chakra is the fifth, which is the throat. Five is the number that can connect and work with all other numbers because of its natural talkative and people centered focus, constantly socially engaged and working with other numbers because of its natural talkative. Because constantly socially engaged and fueled by new inputs. It flows through the world, shaking hands with all other energies easily, moving fast and buoyantly. This number jumps from one meeting to the next, exchanging value and clarity. As a five, you're all about movement and energy. A five can't stand still for very long to repeat a task over and over. You have to try new things, experience something different, and are achingly curious about people and lives other than your own. Fives usually have many projects going on at any given time and are very active, active social lives. They don't take life or big challenges that seriously, and if something doesn't work out, they move on to the next thing without much regret. This approach can make them seem uncaring or shallow to others, but really they take the change like a duck to water and just keep swimming. To be in the present moment and act before thinking is how a five rolls. Life is now, and you know you need to enjoy it. Impulsively changing plans, forgetting dates and appointments, and being with whoever has grabbed your attention, or how life stays interesting and exciting for a five. If you get stuck in retrospective thoughts, it might be your name vibrations that are working against your nature. As a parent to a five, life will never be dull. They need constant entertainment and love to make new friends, preferably with everyone on the train. They, they are great and loyal friends and have a strong sense of community with others. As kids, fives will usually not be able to tell when they are tired or need to retreat and rest. As a five's parent, it's important to be aware of when all the fun and excitement becomes too much. Sleep is the best remedy for a worn out five. Child, or grown up. Remind your child and yourself that you won't miss out on anything and that no one needs to be everywhere. You've got to say no to some things to be able to answer hell yes to others. The biggest challenge of a 4 or 5 is grounding. You never really stand still. Your thoughts race and your nerves can get frazzled. Remember to take breaks from the packed life you've created for yourself and calm down the activity on all levels. As a 5, connecting and communication is what you do best. You can't help it. Talking to salespeople and becoming friends with a cab driver or a fellow commuter is normal to you. If you have a hard time zeroing in on the perfect match for your skill set and get caught up in the idea that you need to find a singular purpose, please cut yourself some slack. Your brilliance comes from the ease with which you adapt and to with which you adapt to and communicate your ideas to the world. As you need to be stimulated by more than one thing, it's in your nature to change things up. As long as communication, connection, and people are involved in your work, you'll be alright. 5s can really excel in business and sales orientated jobs. They're continually making connections in real life on a cognitive level. The number 5 vibrates with money and the exchange of value, so business dealings are often part of a 5's path. There's a lot of trouble in your life regarding money, giving and receiving. This could be reflected in your names. Some people might see you as airy and speedy, and you can benefit from the counterbalance of more grounded and thoughtful base energies. The life goal is communication, exchange, and connection. The life lesson is grounding, mental balance, and focus. And 5s are so open that they can scan other people and pick up on their emotional and mental states. Well, then that explain a bunch about oneself. A lot of things you may do in life or be led to. It's interesting how numerology can come into play. And yeah, I was with the mindset of individuals like I had the mindset for a while. Yeah, numerology has its thing, and if you look at all the numbers, well, they could apply to anybody at any point. You could have that mindset. Though for myself, numerology has been something is when it talks about like being the parent of a 5 or being the child with the 5 energy. I see myself as the parent, I see myself as the child. So I like the advice, I like the ideas, I see my own behaviors in pretty much everything that I read. That's why I wind up reading it because I wind up having a connection with it. And that connection's pretty important. Notice that my water was low in my couple of bowls of water here. One I have a silver dish for, the other one I have it's a seashell I wind up utilizing. But it is 5:14, so a bit earlier than normal, like yesterday. We're gonna get to the gym. If you have been present, if you haven't been present, I'm gonna be reading over many languages, many blessings in various amount of languages. on different days at different times, just whenever it pops up into me the desire to do so. I'll read the English version aspects of the jam of the other languages. I always think it's quite interesting that the ancient language had much more meaning packed into a smaller amount of space. Less letters, less words, less sounds, less, and it had more. Um, 2 pages of reading is literal in Kemetic, in ancient Egyptian and Kemetic. 2 pages of like Coptic writing practically. I mean, it's in English letters, it's in our alphabet, but 2 pages of that equals no less than 7, if not 9 pages of reading in English. So the amount of was pretty on point, and that to me shows a watering down, a spreading out, more words, less meaning. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserved, contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and children, one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide to rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boughs and claws, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of wind veil, fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zekia Kampazi Anakampazi Dingekia Kampazi Dingatana Kampa. Hear me all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Reno Zisakio was on Putura, I had Hirusha and Zusiruga, God Kutijeni was Moha, for to give us at the doors I paid the two, who deep sharpens in a Sahame. Vaishramantaya Suwagum Vajramana Yas Varnuna Nina no Nurana Nina Nuna Harundum Motion Show Monishanain Tarias Wagum Sharaya Yas Waha Engon Pramimron onde Tarashita Parano Suwagum Jatrashi Atrashi Varada Swaha Rura Dida Rula de Kring on thing dong chong on kring hing kong hong on chong xing chong on haya bishar man hayo so wa gom haya ba shoman yas ba ha a ha za re mong hong hing kong on ama ku sang ma na no nama samata ba shanom ham hu hay ru la la lu la 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 ring on kong hing kong on ang nai ma ya so wa gom nya ya ya ba yas ba ha e wa we shring on kong kong on hino ke shara patai so wa gom so fi hi chin lo vi chi batis pa ha nu na ni na no nu nam ni na 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 kring on pam pong on chari chi batai so wa gom shi ja i bara tai as wa ha o lo go 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 gum gum on rang ning rung una tapa shano so wa gom mane karti bu ba ki bu bier bort bier bort bu bier rong kamen Renno si sekiu was pure he kerusho henzu seruka por kutijeni was ma hatura tsuki besebetos I bit to deep shakis and a saramen para shukushu baru gilma kabol mamu la bo pagagana robo bolu galana barri sharo bakstana bola saro bo frequent belu motion abo oporuni yugene kanten belu gugolo hal hegor peti shukila gobolo gilma mashel gores luma popo maruka rage zigu gigi magam pranamdo bakalamu zigu kini gibi lanu sashu mashinana saruling barpanatu sisi mashinana aruna aramangi dugu tate gigi lugu si dorkin man gai gole zigor nene gigor na beru dir ket nam telaku panu tuku kaku mashkar sana sagari mashti shadow malama kakadaglu gotor marata gorbo maru tuku arak korio sorulu ban maskin tutu jadi kukim du kadat makia panu tuku nada lu kadat makia pan robishu saruli muna barata tu sare mashikaranu surumana nada bo gibil paling netara madu daga tuku mashti sore mashano gosu gore mashado so serapati kubapada zuzukan pa Ugalab the board acting boy at Ingubarati Muadu Kakutamu Niluam Gashti. We are also Ronofus, whom is found perfect before the Nethanum of Camille Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronofus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with a body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of Camille shed in you. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifestor and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliar with the eternal nothing of creation. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jet and Jet to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as the Hooty, thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarni too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved Queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinematonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also on Wolfras will confirm. Lady Olset and Neb Olset be shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim Linus, Jerry Staxare, Patu Marticuli, Turknish, Lady Aluar, Mesher, Ken Mesher, Alu Science, Yamilara, Tum, Jirsha. Isaiah Gariaga Biasha Biasha Jilica to Piraka Isaiah Ori Gari Mutukuru Prima Kitari Shami Ina Zumriari Isaiah Ina Zumriarieka Ina Zumria Biesha Ina Zumria Zilika Ina Zumria Dupira Ina Zumria Laka Ina Zumria Tatar Ina Zumria Taxi Ina Zumria Karuba Ina Zumria Sarnika Nish Mashkapulu Tamatunu Nish and Kibel Kimuri Tamatunu Nish Mashtuk Mashmashalani Tamatunu Nish Ishport Kamikunu Tamatunu Inazumri Yayu Taparasama Yar Dun Eni Barn Nini Perik Ba Gabae Zaba Gabor Agarbor Bagarbae Zagabae Bagaba Bor Agarbor Bagabae Zagabae Perik Benenim Nini Baruneni Ya Korbor Ring by Gora Rim by Gora Eki Sakaki Asakuti Eki Asoru Eki Tulu Ya Shrim Vajravarkani Rim Paswaha 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 and Shubangi Yapsuki Shariga Godash Sharamara Yading Guru Kalamas and Nikudin Karnina Guyuna Chanuku Kayash Mutu Ziana Kampaziki Kampagalo Barana Tabarala Shakbaragi Bara Lord Barata Lord Baramaskin Bararu Barai Papara Ratu Barala La Subarale Karu Barale Ruku Baraki Golor Barale Litu Baralo to Salatina Zula Lazuladina Zuli Soladina Zumula Soladina Zulin Ger Soladina Zumaskin Soladina Zubatandina Zu Siana Campasi Kia Campa Munisika Mari in Agisha Shorki Snor Masha Sikaria Bara Shari Sigarana Bar Nai Sharma Siga Namsayen Dore Sharki Ugu Agbarn Gu Dianom Dea Sara Savito Mandala Madya Party Nariana Sachi Serisana Senipista Kiora Farmacolo Kuro Pancariti Hari Haran Maya Pulder Sanka Karanam Skaran Mantra Rometro Yatam Home Frame Ravari Yatam Home Room Soya Yatam Home Frame Panavetam Home from Kakarikanam Home Propusnam From Haran Gabar Harianam Home Frame Mari Karikanam Home Marika Yatam Home Frame Savitra Namaha From Markarikatam Home Proposcaranam from frame for sorry for sorry Yara Mahapala Ayasas Namaskalian Yakorvata Dine Presam Palam Viram Tesam Kaja Yarte Kring Monkerus or Hong Krim Bong Shmasha Kashapia Yapisha Mushnepish Kiaki matinor kutoshulu limni shulu isuru lata duku epita shorno kima mena artui nati kili tushunuli mutuma nakulu brui shunuli ni shumanakulu ordini shunuli ki shumanakulu tari terama shaluti shakar shapi sharushi arpushi shurpi arki shurpuyushi ningar gogo sheba kampak bang kibikera gibil kashumani andulu tushte shirarani ori amari yarki Ishwari Azi Yagi Azinger Yarakampa and Kimoto Korsonito Shabu Banana Shamtorina Ishbar Bagi Bil Bagi Arazi Kampa Kamar Nurlu Shariulim Kanushi Shariula Kormoshi Shariulani Sharu Yuli Sikunushi Shariula Kunushi Shariulani Kunushi Shariulane Kunushi Shariul getting Kunushi Shariu Daniel Kunulim Putina Zumria Tabra Sama Agamasaratu Ismasarati Shanushili Churu Chishali Nuki Ziziana Mealani Rabuti Shimayara Parti Dinandina Lati Linda Sikumushi Alani Mushiti Yamasarati Ismasarati by Ismasaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Indiara Varpuni Shumashkari Yamasaratu Zikia Kampak Pargolo Melki Ashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Umplimisla Vernam Home Sam Kumbarari Kartam Hadu Mutav Kubera Debakoro Daprum Vidatu Bumi Devia Meton Dumutav Nuxekerum Eriakina Netep Asaratem Tari Nekap Tasu Koreete Terte Sepsan Morsidio Tuxutrata Isarahomi Sanariat Namha Omiam Dryartamha Kobisnuf and Drom Tejos Taktu Agnaya Meton Kobisnuf Nuxekis Hotana and Zaktakis Wek Saka Gartekanan and Nekapai Gatai Nakotas Serte Soruna Pek Merkola Kutulu Tata Lagni Omna Manginar Yartamaha Omam Yamar Namaha Happy Yamo Mazata to Taraya Matan Happy no Capi Sek is Alunam Sexat Hesectep at Ek Hui Nek Erte Ekrotana Nek Teerta Murmatuya Nuya Nereangi Nariki Raxasong Samrak Sasar Yard Namaha Umpam Forunar Yard Namaha Imset Paruna Umparatus Lamara Metan Imset Imset Sek Isarunam Sex Seruna Bek Vincent tu Nico Petea Ramau tu Rates of Zidinger and a compositing Gertia composite Beo Viomium Vior Vernam Morsi Morkala Mormuru Mormatu Zidinger and a compositing Gertia Compau Tuxutora Tata Kutulu Tata Laka Agizem Tauti Takara Yarnu Yana Yargis and Beo Prim Barmartin near Namaha Pramuna Maharum Saratu of Lucasrai Kutulu Tarakla Metan Caprano Capram Capra 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 Capu Capra Capro Kadam Kabrashak Paramra Morulu Azaku Takara and a shot in a Buma Jajorate Saramas Patiomukat Tepsakas to Tunabaru Tapmesu third and the third. Om Prim Pom Soyar Yartamaha, Om Prim Shrim Chandra Yartamaha, Om Mim Prim Shrim Mangali Yartamaha, Om Mim Shrim Bambur Yartamaha, Om Prim Brahm Spati Yartamaha, Om Prim Shrim Shalkura Yartamaha, Om Prim Shrim Sham Chara Chara Yartamaha, Om Mim Prim Rovertamaha, Om Mim Prim Ketu Vertamaha, Chapu Kusumu Sam Karsham Kashyap Yamaha Dair Tim Tamorim Sarapapa Pagnam Tam Pranatos Mindiva Karam Dadi Shankar Tushor Born. Keshor Navasam Babam Namami Shashatam Samam Shambur Mukur Trapusharam Darani Karvasam Putam Vedu Karti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Taman Kalam Pranamamiam Priyangu Karika Sharmam Perna Pratimam Burham Somyam Kurum Petam Tampurham Pranamamiam Devanam Chari Shir Nam Chakurum Kanchana Sanibam Buri Butam Tulukasham Tam Namami Priyaspati Nimekau Tamena Lapam Degar Tam Paramam Kurum Sarvasastra Pravaktaram Pargavam Pranamamiam Anjana Samapasam Ravi Putram Yam Kurajam Chachai Jumatanda Samputam Tam Namami Sharaswaram of the Akaria Mahabariam Chandra Dika Vimartaram Semika Garbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pramamai Maham Palasha Pushpasam Karasham Taraka Grahama Sekam Rorom Rorom Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamami Hamam Brahma Morori Tripondarakari Banu Shashi Purmi Suta Burasha Skuru Shashukra Shani Reu Ketu Sarva Grahamama Suprapartam Kurume Shanti on board Om Tata Vitor Pariam Barkulu Pasya Dirmayan Union of Tratsulayat Om Tata Swaha Hariam Tata Swaha Nanasin Yanamra Siti Asini Anana Pasamanjana Sayakia Kampa Magabati Anana Kia Kampa Mashrita Nanazia Kampa Yamagia Gmagia Zagastera Kiashta Klush Nabokuru Koreos Mercurios Yastor to Yankarku Yazir no Mozar Si Furnes Kanpas, Las Haka Sheratalas Kanpa, Nabosatartos Kampaya Gashia Sasha Kukolo Martia Shia Markari Stradi Yaku Sheria Yarnana Yarneni Yashta Papa Marcha Chukareni Yaramilo Yaki Stradi Kampa Inanas Yarma Kampa Pisarma Kampa ya Beyi Sorolur Mashuru Yaturia Sorolur Shisakatamari Yataret you Patala Kitamarni Yakanpa Siningero Yakan Pasi Ringerostu Yakan Pasi Stasi Rakushi Berodukan Payashtais Kanpa Yana Gormasaparu Norkolmasaparu Yana Goria Yazian Karkampa Yankari Yan Yazin Yarian Yakanpa Yakantala Mayakat Kiatara Kampa Marugumu Peru Sgali Yardagi Yamapa Bornes Yamaruku Yatuku Surim Sarim Sakarim Sana Kana Peluku ini kemano yardu yadara yazi batu balku berteriku bargo barga kampa dazi zagzag barbagsag baron noiselian usuki gamsuki shingi goda shisir mara yering gurur kelamas nikuding karnina kudunakin kukalya shishumur kutu Vajini precious thoughts from Mamjushaj Vakranatram Goni Prani Devi Varki Prandiranu Vratham Chalasi Vishvaharte Om Devikari Yarni Namaha Karki Yarni Mahamarya Mahari Yogi Yanteshwar Nam Gupsurtam Devi Parti Mekur Jaran Namaham Isarosarastota Diane Kata Demetakali Yarnan Nagi Chimarniho Natanatun Borbor Waswa Tasavitar Varanya Barkul Vasia Dirma Yidionio no Pratudaya Ipsos Cornation to Turora Taro Torora Roto Abra Gungang Gang Gorong Krong Kring Kong Bong Hung Tong Gong Bang On Trampagame Shama Sukumdi Pusti for Horomor Varuga Mi Babana Yormo Cherry Artiartamaha Rim Chom Krum Malkucheri Chom Krum Shrim Chom Krum Kucherika Chom Mamareya Gripurana Nukuruazikin Lore Shkurayartamaha Shum Shrim Masramede Svaha Krim Kali Svaha Sarvabi Stamete Memahali Kerma Namaha San King Lang Tan Jun San Jing Wulang Jing Ding Zun Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Rama Hare Rama Rame Mano Rame Sasturnam Tatulyan Ram Nam Varanarne Om Vinaya Karyat Nam Homa Kanadari Vedarma Vakatunda Yadir Mahitano Tanti Prajade Vakaturama Karya Soy Koti Samaprava Neorkoinam Kurume Deva Sarva Koryeshu Sarvara Shri Guru Suru Rajnish Mane Mukure Sura Uragu Vorni Moja Sujuragu Vorchor Burhi Hintano Charli Kitsumi Ropovan Kumor Borburi Viliedo Humo Harahu Koleso Vigarche Hariman Gangun Sigarche Karpisti Loku Jargar Ram Tutatli Pardama Jani Purtaban Sorta Mahama Vikar Basharangi Kumartini Bolsomaricas Conjon Vora Verage Bessa Kanankuno Kuchi Keso Hosro Wadu Borje Verhoje Kote Moshre Sorge Sankor Suvenk Srin and Dentish Pratama Jog Warnan Vijavan Kuni a teach to Ram Kashkari Bekuator Harutari Tesur Bekura Sierra Kansitaman Basia Sri Kurusharan Surus Rajnish Mane Mukuris Roparo Ragupov Moja Sujurda Kupor Chorburi Tarujani Kusumi Ropavan Kumor Borburi Vidiata Humo Hera Hukuleso Vikarje Hanuman Gangun Sikarjer Kapisti Lukujarka Ram Judali Bardama Jani Putra Papansar Namahama Vikram Bajorgi Kumartini Vorsuleti Kesangi Kanchan Veram Vorage Vesikaran Kudo Kuchi Keso Hoshro Borje Feroje Forte Boltne Shorne Shorje Sankor Suvan Kusrin Dentish Patat Mahajak Varnten Vijavan Guniati Chatoram Koshkari Vigua to Parutarita Surbikora Sharamlakan Sitaman Basia Sukshma Ruptari Siarhi Dikarva Vikara Ruptari Rakajara Vabima Ruptari Asos and Kare Ramachandra Kika Sanvarde Vaeja Jivanan Kanji Arye Sri Raguvari Shiolari Raguparikini Bahubarai to Mampriye Bara Sambai Sahasparan tomorrow Yashgar Vehus Karhi Shri Parikantala Gar Besa Karhi Kormari Munesin Varat Sarat Sahire Hesayum Gubordi Porjan Teka Vikavurka Isaki Kante Tumukosu Gravin Kera Ramilaria Rajvatira tomorrow Montrovi Varshan Manala Kaswar Yesu Jag Charma Yuksahasra Jojan Por Barnula Yutarhi Marur For Jarnu Prabhu Mudrika Merli Murki Marie Jala Dilon Ki Garver Shrachna Hero Trom Karja Kerja Techon Kamanukar Hatum Retite Romdware Tum Guarde Huana Yabi Nu Pasarte Subsortra Hetum Hari Sorantum Raksharkaru Kodarna Arpanke Samharu Be Tin Lokhan Ker Kanve Borpesashne Karna Hina Vivema Verjabna Am Surnuve Nasarog Harre Sapirja Partner Tar Hanuman Berasankat Se Hanuman Jornuve Man Karampajan Jan Jolve Super Ram Taps V Raja Tinki Karsikop Tu Masaja Urman Nura Jokwel Vesor Hia Mijavan Farpanvi Charanyuk Partap Tumhara Hair Parsir Jagar Oje Rasa Husan Kertu Murkware Asurni Kandan Ram duhar de ashtaser hi nabner hi kerlata us vordier junki mata ramrasi ya tumhara pasasara rahura gubati kedasa tumhara bajara ram ko pavveja ram jaram ke duk pasrave an koragu ver porja ye jaharja nam harib kana kar hari ordeta cherna darde hi halkuman ser hi hasar besur kar hi Karkatemite sapera josmera hanuma mober JJ harduman kosin pripkaru bordev kjarnehin jusor bor patkare kurki jorte hi parli mahatsor korki jori ar parde hanuman charisa hoye serki serki kori situr sira sara hari chera kroji das hordar yemen dera pavarne Sengkar harnan mengkom morti rupram lakan sita sahita dari sa pasa husur bu Om Maharaga Vajrosi Saprasat Pajapa Om Ganesh Nam Jarani Varinyam Hong Vuk Namaha Om Mem Hrim Shrim Mem Glum Nem Namo Bhagavati Vatali Vari Varomi Varomuki Varomuki Antantini Nama Runtini Nama Jambejabini Nama Mohe Mohini Nama Stambestambini Nama Sarvajista Pradustaram Sarvestam Sarva Barik Siddhasa Chormukati Yuasam Baram Guru Siguram Vasyam Nimrum Tai Ta Umasraya Pahat Swaha Ani mani mane mamane shira shiri shami shabi tesra gukute mukita bishabi shabi sobi shabi shaya geni sinti shabi darani yoro kama shari nebi tabadada nebi tadan tora shudai kurim kure yada shugai salmi sama bori beki rishit daruma rishit sogina kushara pasha pasha shudai matara shana kashara shara shatai yara baramana mana ya tataria saran makaro riki moki yada neda shineli chachi nadi konali yara nabi kunadi yakena Kadadi Sandali Matu Jukuri Porishani Achi Devi Roke Taka to Beata Dana Data Kushareta Shurada Hachi Morasene Surubarane Batani Surabapo Shabatani Shobatani Suyavi Shari Sugi Karani Sugi Hagara Tarada Sugara Sarubasagis Muskara Nai Sarubasoro Sherte Sarubasoro Kyo Sharaya Toyara Shenabiki Anya manya mane mamane sirikarite sama samita pesanta mukta mukta tame sama ape sama saya sine senti samite darani loke bese break pasani ni hidu agetari ni vista betare parisu ikule mukure yarare petare sukangsi sama bolo veru kite toma parixite samgonar kusari ne koni pai visantore matro siate ruturus salaria saya pertanya bagu pavura manin tais vaha Shvala Mahashvala Ukitu Kemuki Yara Rapatanot Vati Bitini Siki Natali Natavati Swaha Atate Tate Natate Vanate Nadi Nadi Kunadi Swaha Gari Kari Kendadi Kendali Kendali Matagi Pukasi Sankuli Brusili Sisi Swaha Itimiti Miti 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 Mini 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 Meru Heru Haru 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 Estu Swaha Adana Tana Pati Dana Patani Dana Kusala Dana Sarhari Sarada Pari Buddha Pasyan Sampatani Avatani Sampatani Sama Pariksita Savana Katani Dama Pariksita Sabar Sarvara Kusulora Kate Semikri Dite Anuparti Patani Vatali Swaha Sasikam Sahu Wong Hong Chong Ong Hong Chong Ong Hong Chong Gong Sho Bang Lim So Ong Gang Kring Glong Gong Gisor Hung Ong Kring Ong Hong Chom Mong Hung Shring Haring Ring on Heruasor on Wamdum Mong Grang Ring Glung on Pram Ring Blung on Krang Ring Glung on Krang Ring Glung on Krang Ring Glung on Don Glung on Pram Ring Blung on Chong Shing Sprung on Krang Ring Glung on Chong Shing Sprung Hung Kring Shring Hing Wamdum Shong Shring Sprung Gong Gong Sor Hung Shring Gong Shring Haring Ara Ong Heruasor Wang King So Ong the Hung and ancient Oram Pashatatu Pashum Sukunayara Maxim Yahum Shuanaora Mamnas and Babatra Mira Naora of Dante Shaharu Fuku Shuanaora Omamogi Sirayo Kushinaora Mahuru Kandahali Matagis Bahabu Sharabusu Nama Bogabotni Sisay Umru Spuru Swalatis the Sulu Kanasor Barta Sarani Swaha Short Kanjis I Bosom Lolik Swaha Desishi Bosom Samjam Shosas Swaha Terabosu Nama Samata Buharam Koruno or Babetada Tadini Swaha Sanju Sanjin Kanjis I Bosu Unvash Darshma Bara Mahi Barto Kanjis I Bosu Matru Baba Hum Fats Baha Georgian Kanjis I Bosu Maha Kurun Karis Baha John Rai Kanjis I Bosu Kala Kortis Baha Norin Kanjis I Bosu Parme Kermalish Wado Kongor Satu Bashra Satva Hanya Bosu the Shishuta Vijay Swaha Puja Bosu the Samyas from Monjo Bosu Mana Carne Meroku Bosu Matres Vaha Jisor Bosu Mahahabis Marias Vaha Gogor Bosu Namar Kaskar Bari Omalek Mali Sulis Vaha Inko Borsom Yukotis Vaha Kokul Bosu Kondrabayas Vaha Fodul Mau Namas Mata Hanam Kanamaros Hanas Fote home Tratam goes under my home Sumbani Sumba home Shashra home Farkundale my home after home fat Doku my home Sri Kala Rupa home comes Vaha Kungori Yasho my home Vayarashari Yaksa home Svaha Sanboko Genome Kampai Svaha Kompo Kizongo Genome Viraksha Ranja home Svaha Zinishi Doji Janasi Svaha Chikokutram Trasra Rara Pramarana Svaha so chotron virudak yaksi ptais vaha komokutron virupax ranki ptais vaha tomotron bisropani vaha then sitenum sarasvatya vaha daiko kutron mahalaya kalaya vaha kichijutron mahalaya sri vaha karitomo Karitaimom Durmaliari is Vaha Dakinitnomri as Vaha Marishit no Marsi is Vaha Daishokungitnomri Gaums Vaha Omaim Brambra Harnem Serari Bramim Partonomenama Vera Mararie then Mahe Haranya Karbaria Dir Mahitanyo Brahma Prachudaya Rom Chatorum Kari then Mahe Masro Daria Dir Mahitano Brahma Prachudaya Romim Rim Shrim Cream Sausage Chicken Prampra Brahma Jajanam Pratarma Purusrat Vihi Mana Purushar Verva Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Maswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tashmeshri Kurve Namaha Visak Neptete Ventikam kai bina horror or fin ketna bolset kesu tunes or kurti rapav pastit hada tuiram stefan and besegne mat and amiu sortiu to ara venti martu for ru kerbi kerune kermeti on bebeb sara kerune baru sekriune babuina vertemtim sepuari mabapa hu trukari ne have called him ne purchase or tapane pitchabu Tram Priam Tor Civil Sea Floreti and Reti Vinket or Vinkin Dormunton Monkeys Perfect Atron Wari Tormenia Romoski Lodonski or Def Beori Yat Yotov Fin for the life red life or the Nortin for the Gida Freak Web Take Vetergis Vite and Gessi Cars Web Dex Viptar Belter Bolter Brandfield Dico Frodi Provin Way Garvis Garvier Sergi or area Bosung Skor Frod Leaf Skordung Skerfi Selming Herring Yarning Wing Skerfio for the Rani Korn and Kuloski all me people the Iflindi Svidar der vid Dre Oki Fjord Neapjad Mus Fo Kontra Fjord Fimbotius Ritier Hid Svigiligi vid geo mospio nefoheimer gogling gogepimel okvarmier och dulme bori bor pesle ordin ville ver sur mon compel mer osri visti nordri sudri mikoi slepni och så tror norfi ned nagel pari ora nori oterlingo certes infexi min de fari ore solo locos fins Bill Jirgi Bergi Osjerving Sjermia Virfinski Orhati Orvin Sen Orn Vidiori Ater Pukla Champion Go Osorjedori Nai Neri Nordri Sudri Osri Vestri Atiru Vorli Nordne Nergin Dane Before Vofor Bombor Nori Ori Onor Oin Morvi Nir Vikondo Vindo Florin Vilikili Fonin Valley Tor Troin Tek Lead Vitor Nara Gradsvin Ravner Rogsvari Horhagsari Hero of Gloin Tori Ori Tu van Vari Heti Vili Hor Seore Velier Lofor Skirpir Virpir Skalfin Hor Fingi Erkin Skardi Fo Frosty Fingi No Jages Jor Weer Verandis Koon Breda Blik Redner Himen Bjorn Valles Skif Hier Skif Gemling Alem Anteling Bed Blair Hasveits Fast Food Flash Week Finlo Levens Volva Saras Neurodin Fling Loki Avinaya Paraya Visno Tamayar Marasa Maria Visaryama Gorsnam Borhatariam Vistarya Taraya Samasar Karatara Divyador Nikarande Paramala Priyankor Parakarande Sri Paripara Vende Baba Pariacherde Banda Saryapi Pera Par Karvenata Tavahamna Mama Kiraspam Samudro Hi Taranga Gwakana Samudro Nara Taranga Uran Taranga Gabaeram Nurja Tarun Jarkuka Mirtra Mitra Sera Thursday Thursday Vartina Bavatikim Na Baba Teraskara Tar Sarapit di Biravatara Ravatavara Varta Saravasurdam Paramesvara Palapario Bavarta Bava Papirto Hamdamodara Guru Mardera Sundadravandara Viranda Govinda Baba Jala de Matara Mandara Paramam Dara Para Parayatvam Menarayana Karunamaya Saranam Karvarin Tavako Kororoliti Sarpari Marie Varanasaroje Saravasu Irti Srima Param Harma Sampari Vraja Kararar Syar Sri Govinda Bhagava Purja Paraser Siarsya Srima Chakaraga Bhagavarta Kotosar Paristotram Sampurnam Kuperdonanda Srida Raja Rojudana Svaradana Lakshmi Priya Tarmutara Tariudanika Priya Dexinio Domerata Daya Varanto Devarata Divya Laksana Sampano Dinarati Janara Saraka Danya Lakshmi Samara Judaya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupu Dharma Puri Dharma Samariksanu Sarika Nehi Swaru Nera Lambo Nerinam Paribalaka Niyanta Gener Gunekara Niskamo Nerupa Rava Navatnaraka Samara Yo Navasanaka Pravartaka Manskito Radatisa Mahagurankaram Virta Yarshniko Yajrar Sarekta Yarshna Bhujakara Sareka Rajar Kadru Ramardiso Ranjako Rajakurjita Visitra Pasata Daria Visarka Marna Marnasa Vijayo Vimalo Varanyo Varanduru Jana Varsala Verupaksa Priyatarmo Verage Visvarumulka Savaviarto Saranada Sarvasarki Samarita Samararata Samya Sarva Sapa Veraka Suprita Surlava Sormo Sarva Karayutararta Samakara Priya Saksarve Parva Sri Virajita Asvaharna Sampritu Wakilanda Pravartaka Vyorkarna Sampritam Tarsvatarna Priyalaka Paramam Samvarsi Ahankara Vivarjirta Ura Buddha Dharma Vipalvo Navara Varna Kinaraso Visravana Kakapravartaka Astalakshya Samarita Aveyato Malavikraha Lokarajo Lokopalu Lokovarnu Sulaksarna Sulapa Surbakar Sutu Sankarata Varampriya Sarta Sorkonoperta Sasvarta Surdarvikarha Sarva Kamarsharno Sumararti Sarva Devagaragaraka Sankaharsudarda Srimam Param Jyoti Para Samati Gun Samapana Sararanyo Dina Varsala Paruparkari Papaparna Tarundi Asarani Paha Tata Sarva Guru Perta Surendran Samavarde Pava Visvakyato Vitaparya Ratatskiarta Protakale Parfet Stotram Susaburde Dena Prapnoti Puruso Sriyam Devendrasarni Bhamiti Sri Kuber Stotram Om Yakshari Yakubera Vishravarya Dana Danya Dipatarya Dana Danya Samriti Armi Merderhi Taparya Svaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Virasharaya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberaya Shalashvi Mama Griheta Namparaya Praraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yacharya Kuberaya Vishravaraya Danada Karshanarya Sarvarloka Vasikararya Tanatanya Adipatariya Tanatanya Samruder Merid Hit Pari Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Acharya Acharya Vermaria Lika Desaria Dermaitana Kubera Prachurayat Sikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Ziringarkia Kampa Ziringaran Kampa Siku Gigi Magampra Ziki Kampa Ziara Kampa Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Ziringarki Kampa Ziringaran Kampa Kumashkrasana Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Ziringarkia Kampa Ziringaran Kampa Lugala War Agni Bo Zikia Kampa Ziara Kampa Amo Om Namo Hum Trakarara no Sumbarum Gagmal Kefam Trail Sun Baner Kosanin Samnetam Brahma Saraswati Shararupa Shiva Vishnu Bearava Dugarambi Om Sunbani Sunba Hum Vajra Humpa Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Glom Garbhataya Vara Vara Sarvaja Jarne Vashambara Swaha Tapur Yushariya Verma Hebak Kundaria Dervahi Nodanti Prachudayat Om Shakti 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 Om Karhariyak Sayat Namaha Om Karikapatari Namaha Om Lambrodari Yartamaha Om Ring 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 Om Garatari Avatar Mare Vakranundari Ader Mahita Notanti Prachudaya Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Tum Shwala Shwala Sholili Asha Yasha Mana Yasha Sarva Sutrum Samhara Samhara Kisha Malabam Kurukuru Dushtu Graham Hum Fatsvaha Arunam Kuruna Tarangrita Kshim Duta Pusham Kusha Pushpa Para Chapa Maripi Oravruta Malkuraha Petieva Vivavarne Pavarnim Shri Mara Shri Maharagni Shri Mara Sena Shaneswari Chitagni Kunda Sambata Devakori Samulya Joria Baru Sasrapa Chodro Bauru Samans Vitas Rageshva Rupa Pashalya Kruda Kunoko Shushwada Manorupa Shukotanda Pachatan Mantra Saya Kanisha Runa Prabhapura Maja Brahmaranda Mandala Champaka Shuka Pradaga Sorganti Kala Sakacha Kuru Finda Manishani Kanakutera Mandita Shamitana Vibrasha Dalikas Dala Shobita Muka Chandra Kalan Kabar Muruka Narbi Vishaka Varanas Maka Mungalia Kruatoran Chari Kabarkishwa Paribia Ham Chalan Minar Lutana Nava Champaka Paka Papushba Nasa Tanda Vera Jita Terekadi Terekari Nasa Parana Basura Kanamba Manjari Krupa Kana Pura Manu Hara Tekaki Valley Buddha Tapanandupa Mandala Parma Raga Shila Rasha Paripavi Kapulabo Nava Ruma Bamashina Kari Ranana Charha Veniogo Masindi Patrika Montes Siapa Pramarasi Prata Chanda Sriti Patrika Devata Ubisham Swaha Sakti Parkilakam Sriti Patrika Pricha Tom Japaveni Ugare Sari Nasa Koma Kasiapa Pramarase Namaha Prati Chanda Sandama Muke Sriti Patrika Devati Aitama Riti Umbishari Namaha Guyas Vaha Sakari Namaha Parayo Vakari Namaha Nabovani Ugayar Namaha Samandi Tiari Sari Nas Kromugusibiam Namaha Rim Tarshani Piam Namaha Madamiam Piam Namaha Namikipiam Namaha Prim Kanistiapiam Namaha Kromkara Plastapiam Namaha Itikarania Sakroma Dayi Namaharim Sopisus Rasus Vam Sekai Pasram Kapakai Yumnim Troye Posor Kromusram Veti Selingines Books from Dik Panandayam Dipatari Mate Prias Sky for the Pili Devaki Divide day para sum chumi ampe ya mi kai karam smo pame kam smi ke by pis pa pijami vam poder mi kai mar pijami ra mag da mi kai ti pam da mi vam ter mi kai am ter man imperium ni per mi sum so mi kai bar kar pujam smar pame chapa mala matro mama mala mahamari so per matro so pini ko to bojo sani nasa sasmani siti da pavan kuru matro Om Hrim Sita Guru Prasida Om Hrimata Sri Tipatrika Mantrom Krom Hrimam Durge Gehia Vasaya Vasaya Hrim Num Durge Am Hrim Krom Um Paspa Hasan Nes Kromaraya Yarnama Hrim Pasas Rasas Vam Sekai Vasram Kapakai Hum Nim Troy Vasar Kromasrai Petiti Sanganaya Sambuk Srubier Titi Bimukadanam Dipadra Gumade with Scottish Pot of Pini Departed Divide Varas from Jamin Pusham Miki Kadam Small Palmium Aksamaki Push up Pijami and Boy Paramika you to Karapi Yami Ramanga Miki Aikipam the Samipam Tarmiki Aidam Traman Imperium Nibayami Sumhom Miki Yusubakara Pujam Sumar Pami Sumar Pam Guyati Kiop Pam Grasma Krapam Chapam Sere Papatu Medevi Prapasara Mitera Chapamatala Mamal Tramon Family Sabar Devaram Predi to Subaba Pam Spom Kurusimi Patruya Sofia Ram Kadehime Umprims Yeah, Ingines och grönhugna av nasukörelser till bramaradsjur toto sertiu maitalisas käännytön meolef mattelski papira hichips pivikala ja korkendier meri och meri omengo I'm dela viril before board vil telsjak fons pilsjak fyra pos forsvapmo ek monjuk noro portal bors for pommek perter fyr nior meg heima niori bibi mer ren fyr mor nerban Orbos orda borsiog merke bivasa sandernis yernes volor near Jork Pons neva neopemin kapvas kedunga in Grasborgi aborvos near Boschboma piarpio piares me por me rens corpus or skenin surnana salos taina pavas krum loki sorvap sunen sendi marta en di orke hoim urum Nimen jolbu sol nevi sevor solier di nervi Marnine visia varmigen satisto snone visu vorsta biken quinjin quillo brextolkin coparca tux corom genno pono corpu morgin hertuo mi jandankar toro kapten koromen kirjo hetotsat sela belvi Piaris hortum blum flo lok blue smir blue at the taubo matankas kopo torko pro tertui tornet tervo kru vor plain vertengis von torkuri ons bravo mo warsa mejo mor choncha den I'm in gin quillo rextolo kinin gopo koparka tux everskati regret tortavski jo premso prio flames litium Povos mozzero vor plain vogoro and durina nor plain medliken morcom cor blue verco each of wolf sword no rings at big horn wolf Velkori bo vikinga nior es bo serdia mes per or keep at your perchmuk no blonko apple and norigi kolum Beranam blame your praise friend Luangor Humes your praise prep Darwin Mortin embrace another oka Kara beta to Mongochella pera pixel nista teto ron tanatar ton Brigaderon and that thumb up at twin dwellers Indian doors or rig war or rig no soul silver that sapphire two filler echelon bone a gremblon loon comfort all of which twin dwellers and twin wars or rig war for rig noro serret as sapphire two filler echelon mon a gremblon loon or roseway or rose color race or recall weak luar will pray or read Rosia Ros consent de Vicile Torres Trochorus Prenis Nesit Prentus Chores Verdi via Industrial Tool Vesipse Cornian Dominus Serpens Arbises Stet Larvis Coris non de Vicilia said possibly in this fast investigated day Dominendos omnipotens Rex joy net Dominus Dominentium in Quores Manu omnis Victoria constitutum neben non contritur pro copruis mervis Juvia Rome femins tomago por ser de lor tetors manifestantes ad partin macum hel arverin cum hel arverin macum sexorum in versum mortum in parum dari natal volumin quantum draconis nerte mortur lor ter dol om terte mancasher tena sher tromocosamo sama osa rashamosa nel no tuco faz tudo filten Osi kulashi alani moshi ti kunu osi moshi tum kalartum kutum tum osi baritum kablitum unarmeritum ashashtur kashartu urkashapearni elini tumi pararni eli yau estari yau sisu eli yau eli ameria bu saraku indikula selalu moshau oraku intara dubi yau pur tipi yau prusu memarstierti yau martu eli Nurgulu zerluti zerbedi zizarmi awani orabuti shimarda baspi dini dinalo da alakti limda opus alakarshapiya ya u kashartiya sharipishia u mushtepshiya ismasarati sharmushini pshuruluchi shalimnuti fishalur salbuli sharmur shalur taptu shalikbu amarle murti yaki masa ululi taptruk sharipushu kishpikima Tati Sharmiti Orshusha Purtu Pretursha Zoluhu Kalamatusha Malaseri Naki Bidik Buya Lani Mushir Salmania Napagrita Kira Dupira Salmania Napagrita Kira Dupira Salmania Iti Pagritus Nila Dupira Salmani Nish Pagritus Nila Dupira Salmania Kimax Pagritu Kira Dupira Salmania Nat Korkolati Kira Dupira Salmania Inai Gari Tapsa Dupira Salmania Inas Kupatitus Nila Dupira Salmania Inabi Shadori Tapsadu pira samania anaki spota kira tupira siningaringia and kamba siningaringia and kamba siningan and lula and kamba siningan and lula and kamba siningan in korkoren and kamba siningan in korkoren and kamba siningan in dashorim kapa Ziringan in Dar Sharim Makampa Siningan in Dula Zaka Kampa Siningan in Dula Zaka Kampa Siningan in Old Dila Kampa Siningan in Old Dila Kampa Siningan and Meshara Kampa Siningan and Meshara Kampa Siningan in Martin Kerin Lila Ke Kampa Siningan in Martin Kerin Lila Ke Kampa Siningan Sisi Shma Sangba Dari no Perlem Makampa Siningan Borbolo Gorte Kundin Kerry and Nerga Kampa Siringarini Dorgarni Ringara Lurna Yahan Sagornurn Agata Garden Kampa Siringarana Kampa Siringarkia Kampa Siringara Ruki Kampa Siringana Mo Kampa Siringarishta Kampa Siringar Shamashu Kampa Siringana Kor Kampa Siringar Madu Kampa Siringani Bador Kampa Siringariki Kampa Siringara Nonaki Kampa Siringani Lolali Kor Korkoragi kapasitin kanin lolanin korkoragi kapasitin kanini bibila sharagi kapasitin kaninin korkorega kapikshi in papaparagi kapasitin karanuna dengar kaladen ke kampa kakalur Utug zulara sur gidim sun mula sur tingker sur maskin sur siare kampa siki kampa siringin leola le gor korkorai ke kampa siringin in leola nin korkorai ke kampa siringin ini bipila shore ke kampa siringin ini korkorai ke kampa siringin armuna tingker kaler neke kampa siringkerana kampa siringker kia kampa papa parararte matarda papa parararte ke yerne Azagarazak bimornar terram torikarazia bimornar ter tugzul kur bimornar ter alazur karbi mornar ter kitim suli bimornar ter kalazur karbi mornar ter ingerzur karbi mornar ter inmernar biad netash biar bar nebi esh kashap ti marnu kashap tu shatori parni Om Hayagri Variatnam Om Visnar Vietnam Kisavari Om Arushindari Om Govindari Om Pundarari Kaksari Om Visnar Vietnam Om Visvamparari Om Harari Om Hedi Yari Om Sarvakisari Om Sarvadarari Om Sanatari Om Neradarari Om Nerakarari Om Nerasayari Om Neruparavari Om Nerajanari Om Niskalakari Om Nita Tartari Om Neramarari Om Sirandamari Yartamaha Om Saksier Om Sarandya Om Sarvaraya Kari Om Srimate Om Lakadari Sayar Om Sivarya Om Sarvisraprarari Om Veravararte Om Veranadari Om Veravaria Om Paratanaraya Om Parnaria Om Parar Yatre Namo Punyaya Namo Punyakarya Nama Om Parapararya Namo Paramane Namaha Om Parasmai Namo Parasarya Namo Parasarya Namo Pararya Namo Savet Damakarya Nama Om Virusarya Namo Viravarakamarkarya Namo Sakalo Parisveranya Yar Namaha Om Niskalarya Namo Salviskarte Namaha Om Askala Marmudrayutar Starya Namo Parapararya Namo Parnar Prosarya Namo Sarsaya Namaha Om Saranyaya Namo Parasmara Pararya Namo Santarya Namo Dantarya Namo Jita Kurharya Namo Jita Mitraya Namaha Om Jagarmaya Namo Jamavartarharya Namo Jivarya Namo Jayadarya Namo Jayararya Sanarya Namaha Om Japa Priyaya Namo Japa Sujaya Namo Japa Karte Namo Priyakarte Namo Vibhave Namo Vimalya Namo Visvarupariya Namo Om Visgotra Namo Virhistarya Namo Virasamstu Starya Namo Satidadarya Namo Om Satikarakar Namo Sraya Pradarya Namo Srutimaya Namo Sraya Masam Patarya Namo Om Ispararya Namo Masudarya Namo Mananataruparya Namo Pravatadarya Namo Om Priti Patarya Namo Vectarya Namo Vajtaruparya Namo Om Sarvasiene Namo Maharaya Namo Jana Sakarya Namo Jarine Namo Pranakandra Samparaparya Namo Om Jarantarya Namo Vakapadarya Namo Yogine Namo Yogisarya Namo Sarvakamandarya Namo Om Mahariyogine Namo Mahomarine Namo Manasarya Namo Sresam Namaha Om Hamsarya Namo Paramahamsarya Namo Visvokuptre Namo Viraja Namo Om Surhasparti Kasarya Namo Jajara Mandali Urtarya Namo Om Maria Manyar Haritarya Namo Om Sarvikis Varakara Savararya Namo Om Pranagorti Haruparya Namo Om Veraram Kamorte Namo Iti Sri Hayagri Varistotar Satamavali Om Mananatayar Namo Mersarya Namo Magararya Namo Mukulukararya Namo Mukaramamita Karamya Namo Om Armisitarya Namo Baravantarya Namo Virukarapariya Namo Vishnupriyaya Namo Verasitya Namo Veradaramaraya Namo Om Visadarya Namo Sasarya Namo Satusidarya Namo Safaramanditariya Namo Om Aprakandundayine Namo Mamantakararya Namo Karapspaniya Namo Om Amarhai Spatu Jaya Namo Makaru Pariya Namo Valariya Namo Vasukariya Namo Om Varapariya Kariya Namo Parakarariya Namo Savarantiya Namo Vasudavasariya Namo Varapasitariya Namo Om Viparsaradine Namo Vartikamaniya Namo Tumarar Parariya Namo Om Darpikarariya Namo Daridariya Namo Kasapadamajaya Namo Kalarupariya Namo Yugida Paraya Namo Om Yugadarariya Namo Rasmi Patariya Namo Ramikatraya Namo Keswapiyaya Namo Om Visvambarariya Namo Sakaparariya Namo Om Sakapalariya Namo Sapariyaya Namo Saranariya Namo Pakasarasar Namo Paparasarya Namo Pravadariya Namo Om Pragadariya Namo Pragadariya Namo Bratkipasyaya Namo Bratkavarskariya Namo Barisarasar Namo Om Bhagya Partariya Namo Om Bhagya Namo Kaksakaya Namo Lukariti Sarya Namo Sivariya Namo Veravadaya Namo Purnarya Namo Punyaya Namo Om Punyakatarya Namo Parasarya Namo Parakarya Namo Niskalarya Namo Paraparaya Namo Kotokaraya Namo Om Srisraya Namo Satarya Namo Tatarya Namo Vadiyamantaraya Namo Savapujaya Namo Savakaraya Namo Om Nerasarya Namo Jaranjanarya Namo Nerapartarya Namo Salanyaya Namo Om Savadaya Karya Namo Charanjaya Namo Vektarya Namo Vaitaruparya Namo Mahararya Namo Yogishvararya Namo Kalaniya Namo Om Valarya Namo Brahmakarine Namo Sakarandakaraya Namo Om Jidukurharya Namo Jivarya Namo Jayadarya Namo Javapriyaya Namo Om Visvaruparya Namo Virustarya Namo Om Virimdram Studyaya Namo Om Rantopasarya Namo Vajakarya Namo Vayaruparya Namo Om Sarisapaya Namo Sakalaruparya Namo Om Kadung Sundarya Namo Om Ambareti Tarikarya Namo Sisambramira Karya Namo Om Fani Ravi Pusarya Namo Om Nagendrayar Nagadevarta Stutar Satan Namavati Nishokos Ternoros Kulus Mihi Farshur Nos Kulumerniakan Seleb Tukjargar Moshul Lord Sim Shulachi Seir Kritear Smircheas Ser Nerkengar Lobros Ser Meser Intuir Jutier source diarmente annim anatola merchants biore neormeantil terne forma tierte terne formaci sul tu labred bel tu smorcierte crite tu antuil cadudarin antaster marxans biore danum arimerte Antiosan gun overta kamdrojen young gumbianatiardek Lear moshul desperatiar de moshul naci beratiar de meser mona pur de asperatiar de mona pur de meder narmsa durzaiola sarciula ciur de leri Pedru nermi eret am haicis stadia viu Ernul corneas ernul cornceres lui ben siente Ersiur siernen kirlesia ersilerte siernen bernamas arsiul filias alart morber masasiul manarti bibder as verde archierch spalacter furancus furacien dal fiulani ers era de orne era crurec pena turen crunes mercus ne beneu mean siul en cuore us en viul an triul et urni sedo mocio serdanten terran marcangus an spiorte dermi eran barbernex an nuer agiori large narcioi meser gus orcastior de berneres leum fen gus morbi fiu ruler bietheri lege carpeore nad crude agus fiur na sartner cer verne oreim sere gus orcastior ne berneres leum fen carcica lindi tarvarbinia Sangita Caravo Muda Berry Neri Vardana Kamala Svarama Rupa Rama Sarbu Brahma Raparti Kana Sarchita Paro Jagannath Swami Naya Pathargami Bavartume Bhuji Savya Vernum Serasi Siki Pirna Charn Kartitate Dukulam Netronte Saha Chakaratarska Sarm Vidarta Tisara Srimad Vara Vara Sati Lichara Charyo Jagannath Swami Nayana Pathargami Bhavartume Mahamambore Sisterikan Karjeri Nilasiskarte Vasan Prasatanta Saharja Balabhadrena Palina Subhadra Maria Sana Hasala Sura Siva Pasaratu Jagannath Swami Nayana Pathargami Bhavartume Karpa Pravarasar Sharla Jalada Sereni Rucia Rama Varne Ramaspura Dalamala Pankarumurka Sorendraya Srutikana Sika Gita Jarito Jagena Swami Nayana Patarkami Bhavatume Rataruto Grachar Pati Merita Burdeva Patale Sturti Pradorbavam Pratiparampakaranya Saraya Daya Sindoram Barasala Jagarta Singuria Sarya Jagannath Swami Nayana Patagami Bavartume Parapartar Tirta Kuvarya Talo Pularayorno Nilvasi Niladroni Hita Charano Nanta Sarasi Rasano Rata Sarasa Varu Palingarna Sargo Jagannath Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatume Narve Yashirajam Nacha Karka Manikya Vebavarya Nariyacheham Ramyam Nikila Janakamyam Varavaramdum Sarakale Kala Pratara Partira Gachicharito Jagannatha Swami Nayana Patargami Bhavatume Haratvam Samasaram Drutataramassaram Sorapate Haratvam Paparnam Vitatima Parnam Yaravar Parte Ahodeno Nate Nihicharano Nishira Merdam Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkami Bava Tume Jagannath Stakum Punyam Ya Pate Prayarta Surshi Sarva Parpa Svisurdharma Vishnu Lokum Sargacharti Iti Srimad Sankachara Virachiratam Jagannath Starkam Sampurnam Brahmorari Suprachirta Lingum Nera Mar Bisal Dal Sorpita Lingum Janmaja Duka Vena Saraka Vera Sara Lingum Tapramam Mamisara Siva Lingum Deva Muni Pranarchita Lingum Kamardana Karuna Kara Chingum Ravana Tapa Vena Sana Lingum Tapramam Mamisara Siva Lingum Sarva Sugarda Surupitar lingum bur peres vivartana korana lingum sira sura sura varandita lingum tarpana mamisara siva lingum karika mahamani bursita lingum prana partina varita sorbita lingum daksa yurjana vera sana lingum tar prana mamisara siva lingum kurkuma kandara lepita lingum Kajahara so Pita Lingum Saranchita Para Vera Sana Lingum Tar Prana Mami Sara Siva Lingum Deva Gana Chera Savita Lingum Valvera Bhatea Bereba Cha Lingum Vina Kar Goti Prabhagar Lingum Kapramara Marami Sara Siva Lingum Mastata Lupari Pisatira Lingum Sarva Sambora Papa Hara Nara Lingum Astatara Dera Vera Sara Lingum Tapra Mama Mami Sara Siva Lingum Sora Guru Sora Rava Rara Chira Lingum Sora Vana Puswapa Sora Tara Chira Lingum Para Marga Lingum Tapra Mar Marmi Sara Siva Lingum Lingastaka Merum Puryam Ya Papa Siva Sanator Siva Loka Mavinoti Savina Saha Mordate Nataraja Nartana Surnara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankar Nataraja Kandamba Karnana Priyam Sidambaraya Vihari Ninam Madam Bakum Bagum Vitas Vardim Balalona Surkam Saram Barka Marka Ramnam Sarambur Vahini Daranam Harambuja Jaga Gurum Siram Baram Vibavarye Samasta Bhaktapur Sarasvaha Sabadarkat Kanam Prasad Sar Karti Veba Varm Nera Sara Jara Jana Param Karasta Murhi Saranam Sirastar Kandramandanam Harambuja Jaga Gurum Sinam Baram Viva Varye Chitakari Tamartirtam Nitila Lokanam Vitam Parikarta Saritartam Paritera Pankal Pernam Nartokar Porpa Para Vernam Kutara Pasadarinam Haramboje Jagat Gorum Siram Baram Viva Variye Kwaranga Sarva Sorup Hitum Siram Garachra Nar Sertum Porum Gana Visa Karataranam Varam Gara Gara Jetam Hakaram Jagataran Sarkam Toranga Mitakamam Haram Buje Jagat Gorum Siram Baram Viva Variye Amana Parya Palasharnam Sumardar Hasasar Mrukam Sumanda Mandarkar Nini Gerinda Kanyakar Dharmam Sarmam Dharmam Dailurta Mamardar Yarta Marmatno Harum Borje Vajaga Gurum Siram Param Viva Vardiye Karindra Karamya Sarsarm Kerindra Kapadarinam Sarindra Murtiyar Purjitam Karkindra Baharna Priyam Ahendra Busarjam Valam Dagindra Jabe Saranam Haram Borje Jaga Gurum Siram Balam Viva Varye Malapari Andarte Saravila Sakarinam Balarisa Prapam Jaram Lala Marupa Lokanam Rasapana Dra Harinam Shvala Trisula Darinam harambuja jagar gorom siram baram vivavariye sasanka bano vitutra rajita trilokanam visalavak sasam suter gaba runda manitam derigam balo saram bal poraram dararatam viram haram burje jagar gorom siram baram vivavarne sanataranga Sarjajarlo kapa pasangana sane marana yurta dorjana lisiksane vikatsana sirambarakya sahat guru swarupa metya bortale sara sivo virajarte sara moralinto hara sirambarkya sar guru ridum sara vilasana moranda liharti yer sakar saro pamamar Bastarka Saravase Taralaya Hari Priya Taranane Vera Priya Kaneskala Jagar Guru Ranugrahari Shri Sirambara Paka Sakamara Stotram Om Sharavana Barbya Yam Namaha Om Taporshar Yavenmahe Mahasenar Yadihi Marhi Thanos skanda prachodarum skanda karkeya pravarti preyar nandaraya cha mahadeva kumaraya subramam yayarte namaha agarstiau vakanomustu rumparndaraka barndarvandia para ravindarya sudharkaraya sarananayarnita viguramaria gori hordarna dasambur darvatamostu turpiam pranatarti andre kartre samastarsia manoratarnam dorteratarnam paratarakasya andre Parandara Sudra Tarakasya Samurta Murtaria Sahasra Murtaria Gornaria Canariaria Parapararia Parapararia Namostu Tubiam Siki Bahar Naria Namostu Tebram Marvirtam Vararia Digambararia Barasarm Stitaria Haranya Pavarie Namo Haranya Harnanya Rataseta Pasvaruparia Tabodararia Tarpap Valanar Prati Parakarya Sarakumoraria Hamara Marine Trinikatarisvaria Virgine Namostur Tompiarm Sarajar Nevi Volpra Pratasoria Runda Tata Katarie Valarias Kabala Parap Karmaria San Maturgia Yala Marna Toraria Mirustam Yurtar Merdu Senamon Namo Karnan Nam Pataria Canaria Namostur Tejan Majaratikaria Namo Visakaria Sorksarti Panarie Sarvasya Natasya Kumaraya Kavaria Koran Kararia Tarakmarkaria Svarye Yargelia Kakarkeya Seriverya Turbiam Sartartam Namosturitis Riskande Mahaporane Kasikande Panka Visat Marti Tamon Triaria Sri Karkeya Stakam Skanuva Yuisvara Majvara Karkerio Garanandarna Skandas Kumara Sernis Varmis Gara Sambhava Gangeya Starmra Kurtarska Brahmakarsi Sergita Varta Tarakar di Ruma Putra Kran Karisa Saranarna Sabda Brahma Sumotraska Serta Sora Vastu Gorhasana Kumoro Bagar Van Burga Murka Sapala Prata Sora Jarma Garnardi Super Varjol Murti Margar Kurt Sorvagama Pranerta Karvarn Shertar Paratar Sarna Astar Vimasarana Marni Marti Yarni Erti Yapater Pradyurse Sorandaria Yortomur Vargas Partir Bave Mahamantra Mayarnirti Marmamanaman Kurtarnam Mahaprajnama Varnoti Natran Kararia Vikarannayati Sri Rudramalamale Prasnavi Vartarnam Karyam Srimat Karikeyastotram. Jing Shin Shen Jia Tai Shen King Xing Yin Ban Wu Ting Guo Xi Fo Ming Bao Ming Hui Shen Ji Wu Ming Ying Jin Shen Nan Ning Shen Hu Yong Zhu Po Wu San King Jing Xi Ru Li Ling Jing Ho Shen Zhu Dan Go Shu Shen Tu Hui Chu Fen She Shen Jing Ren Tong Ming Gang Shen Lo Kian Jin Shen Ho Ye Wu Wei Shen Hu Pen Ki Shen Yin Shen 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 Dan Yan Ling Guo Tong Shen Shi Shen Lang Yao Do chi chẳng kun chỉ chưa hồ lì linh chính sinh chân dù thành nhân linh bố thầy sinh đàn quay dân dinh đi si hồn bố bùi sáng dàn minh quyên lòng báo hù đồ sinh vinh dù dù cố cho vũ xỉu với bùi sinh chỉ chiếu rồi lên ngàn chùa đi sinh chùa rồi anh chỉ anh xin bố cố hoàn linh dù đồ sinh hoàn tuột đi si linh dù sẽ dù si bỏ tế quan sẽ Hối sinh trình độ đã về chính có cái hoàn phần quay bao số đăng tiếng tăng sinh dù mình số sao chính có vì đã đủ dọn chính lý sinh tiếng gì anh đi sinh số đàn tí gì ra đăng ký phân sinh tổng xuống công số công loạn thay dọn và phần quay sinh siêu bộ gì răng linh bộ phụ minh bộ số chỉ thành con lúa ta ra đồng hoàn chân thay xuống dọn nhu phú dạy đô rình Sa Gui Wan Con Shin 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 Zhou Yuan Shin Yu Wen Qi Xiong Yi Ban Ke Beng Yan Nen Nan Jing Wu Yu Bei Hai Ji Wen Mo Wang Shu Shu Xi Wei Wu Xun Zhong Hui Zhou Shan Dou Qi Zhang Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Zhong Xin Zhou Der Li Zhong Zhong Wan Big Ben Gen Guan Zhou Wan Jie Wen Yu Xin Tong Zhan Jie Jie Wei Wei Du 有种佛有心观有无无心是无是不然，听是不闻不落但的人有困境就是办，心有心慢，心在是为我的是为我心就理是是理定为有强人，成为王心内有比例人性。因命中水手谁不口听听见，问身上不分。先前自己如理灵选上先就都有先选先选，选pro有路先困时间，先领时班，先陪练选领前关就简单就但自己如理灵选运就。完全太熟，或者是熟，下二号先后服务方。phải quay dọn sử dụng sinh sản hoang rèn an bài này số gì à đồng giang sử dụng liên phụ an sáng dọn trong diễn vận động phụ dấu dấu kiểu dấu minh minh quy khối sinh kế nhưng sĩ can sinh lộ như kế phụ dấu minh chẳng dấu lệ dấu sĩ sang xe đúng Namo Hela Dara Daro Dola Yat Namo Ali Yat Polo Jadi So Bolaya Portisado Poya Mohe Sado Poya Mohe Ajalo Nigeria Ong Sapola Fa Isuda La Lulada Janamora Jirili Dori Mengali Yapo Lorjedi Shifola Ling Porto Porano Mologia Langen Chichi Limo Heapo Dosha Miasa Poa Tata Dosho Pengashi Yunjapo Sado Namo Posa Donampo Quemo Fate Tuta Gita Donga Pologi Logia Artija Loriegili Mohe Porti Salvo Sapo Samo Pola Mola Moji Mojili titulu junlu julu jerneng dulu fashe yadi mohe fashe yadi tola di lini shi fola la mo fa mo la mori li shi na shi na la shen fola sheli fashen Pola shaya hulu hulu mola hulu 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 jili shola, shola jili shulu, shulu porto ya puto ya mirili ya lulaje, shidili sayini na poya no morna, so poheji toya so pohemo, heji toya so pohejito. Yu yishi po la yeso po helo la jinji so po hemo la lo la so po he ji la singa mo heria sol po he so po mo he ji to yeso po he je ji la ha ji to yeso po he po to mo je ji to yeso po he lo la jinji po Kiela yeso po he mo po li sheng jia la yeso po he na mo he la da na do la ye na mo a li ye po lu chi di sho po la yeso po he hong chi tian du man do la pa tu yeso po he Bore bolo mi do jin jing yun ji jai pu tu pu sha jing shin bore bolo mi do ji jo sha wu yun ji kong yu ye ko ko she li ji shu bo yi fong kong bu yi she she ji shi kong kong ji shi she shu zhong zhong shi shi yi fu ru shi she li ji shi fu ra she kong xiong bu sheng bu me bu guo bu jing 不行不相信，不用空中无限无数种信息，无需要那一些信息，有些信息为出发，无样界那些无意识界，无名义无名界那些无漏系，一无漏系而见无故界灭都无系，其无内义。无手的菩提萨埵，伊热波罗蜜咕噜咕，人无挂碍，无我爱护，无有功，无愿力单独，明镜就真内般也三世，就佛一波罗蜜咕咕多咕。De anul dolor san mio san portico și borebolo mi do și da shen jo și da ning jo și wu shang ji și wu deng deng shou neng chu yi kong ko jin shi bo shou borebolo mi do jo ji shou jo yo je di je ji bolor cher di bolo seng cher di porti sa po he nan mo photo ye nan mo da mo ye nan mo senke ye nan mo kunji ja pusa mo he sha jora ba jen ja da shi to han jo je la pa di jen do mo ni mo he bo deng mi lu di se sha jo la je la ja ye hong ba sha he an mo ta mo jing do Moni shola hongan balato bodan mi nongamo San manto domito nanna bolardi herto she solang nan mardi ji toan ke ji hong hong ruwala bola wula diseja, jijili, shupoja, shandija, shili, showahe, anamo, foto, yanamo, damo, yanamo, senke, yajidi, hululu, jidulu, jilibo, jilipo, jidali, bululi, showahe, anamo, bagewari, apala, mintalu, li hanao supi nishi ji da jo la je yera gar tarke darie ala heri san yon sun borda yerani yetanan saliva sensi keli bali shurda dala mardi gegerna sang mawu geri shabawa Bishuri mahena yebali wali so hena momo kepa dipisha she julu be lul libola bola hela she ye da do je do ye la her di samyon san bo to ye da ji tong pi sha shi pa sha shi pi sha she san mo je di so he ong ma nai bai Hey mong ma can you yar nar je jo te da par dar jate je na we ta li ke sa or wo war ta bu li ji ta ke na wu ba la na na bu li ne o de ra par na no ma lor je so la ye so he la po li por di kyo he di tolor ni ar di ar ni he la di bi ar ni di mo he ke ar di jeng ling kyan di na mo we mi do po ye do po he do ye do di ye do he mi li do po bi he mi li do ji dan po pe mi li do pi ja nan di e mi li do pi a ja lian do ke mi ke no ji do ja li so po he Namo Photo, Namo Damo, Namo Senke, Namo Shi Hili, Mohe Tipi Yardani, Yeto Boli, for Lord No Jerry, San Mantor, Tasheni Mohe Pierre, Lord Gerdi, San Mantor, Jor Boli, Dipo Lord Lirno, Ali Lord Amordi, Mohe Pico Peri, Mohe Lir, there, Posenkertigi Senkirigi San Mantuatuano Polorni Jordan Yin Yan Ray Sheng Pu Hua Tian Shun Leo Hu Yo Tong Chung Xuan Shi Yo Shan Chun Miao Xi Men Dian Di Yu Wo Wei Yi Dian Di Yu Wo Ping Shen Gor Wan Wu Yu Wo Wei Fu Lu Wo So Xia Shen Yo Hong Ma Hong Qing Shi Xian Yi Shi Vi Chen Chen Yen Ang Ra Fu Yi Shi Vi Shan Yan Heng Li Ching Ching Chu Yan Ming Gu Mai Ate heye ya yo gichi mani tu koko miki soma boka wa. Ate heye ya yo gichi mani tu koko miki somo boka wa. Aoki wa nixista mixtarki he yo arna he yo arna he yo te ari atorabi ai. Gina he yo te atorabi ai gina he yo te atorabi. Wongina hini yo te ato aha tarvi wongina hini yo ya hi yu ni va hu hi yu ni va hu ya hi hu ni ya ni na her na hi ya hi na hi ni na hi yu ni va hu ya hi yu ni va hi ya hi ner na Yani sini hawana, yani sini hawana, hini swa vida kini, hini swa vida kini, ni tui na ho hu, ni tui na ho hu, warasina na ho hu, warasina na ho hu, ni himasia sisi, ni himasia sisi. Om Narayana Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahi Tano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakinandanarya Vidmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahi Tana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tarporshaya Vidmahe Sasaraksharya Mahadevarya Dhirmahi Tanu Rupa Prachudaya Om Akanantarya Vidmahe Vakratudarya Dhirmahi Tanu Dandi Prachudaya Om Karyanyaya Vidmahe Kanyan Kamorya Dhirmahi Tanu Durga Prachudaya Om Bhagdevrya Vidmahe Kamaracharya Dhirmahi Tanu Devi Prachudaya Om Devya Cha Virmahe Vishnu Parkya Cha Dhirmahi Tanu Lakshmi Prachurayat On Mil News Shechni Anyen Gatritando Desnati Marshnas Mor Tri Pas Oim Ror Karter Tri As Lam Durate Ter Sech Tonatar Sidan Duron Dorter Nemocholer Meser Fum Chori Ilori Lasrinin Yuing Nain Nasre Molchul or Cheldom Thi Asnim Thibas Korba Selm Admir Nier Markenia Narbad, Narberban, Sirdam, Dori, Narstad, Vindruni, Virba, Rohorter, Morich, Rosotter, Morich, Romorter, Mornor, Niveli, Molwich, Nimtibas, Porpich, Rothir, Mortek, Ragba, Nater, Dorshir, Naodor, Dorglas, and Duslin, Nimel, Tartio, na cuore beran cur debiur didum diortur namasiate originan urle omnia search darn serrac conoter mirna sierte pobrinir bibues nebarter mus search tari tendel dun detarugel el adsurster real mul sin search marnirik proporcher dark Serblearnar, Sercher, Derit, Or, Corta, War, Corcumur, Lesa, Rubera, Tinspurto, Noriform, Sa, Domine, Saluster, Rues, Saluster, Damne, Saluster, Pane, Saluster, Damne, Saluster, Krishna, Saluster, Damne, Saluster, Tor, Saluster, Super Papulum, Tum, Domine, Benedictus, Tua. Arteheye yayo, arteheye yayo, arteheye lo, arteheye lo. Ituni shila yar when you gele kekitaye yar yo. Ituni shila when you gele kekitaye yar yo, arteheye lo, arteheye lo. Itakuye when you gele kekitaye yar yo. Itakuye when you gele kekitaye yar yo, arteheye lo, arteheye lo. Michinchi narpe mayor zerte eyelo arte eyelo inicha karkete inicha gekerte arte eyelo charumpa wanchi charupi charumpa wanchi chartu urupi arte eyelo chayani piarta charkiani pitate arte eyelo etuer chahewa chari hoher tuer chahewa charni ho Hunko kile charya he hunko kile charya he arte heyelo one yar maniye one yar maniye tatanka one maniye arte heyelo lecho mi ukan kete lo yo lecho mi ukan kete lo yo taku makai chargar hena mitar warye lo yo Takumakai charga hera mita wari yelo yo arte he yolo yo arte he yolo yo ya yo minching shi ye te wakila che ye ya minching shi ye te wakila che ye ya oya te ye inchi chaga pikata che ye ya oya te ye ni chaga pikata che ye ya arte ye lo arte ye lo arte ye lo arte ye lo ha ye ya yo ha ye ya yo mila kin hiu mi chichi arna mila kin hiu mi chichi arna wawaka blakete ye wawaka blaketa ye Onchi heye lo yo onchi heye lo yo puye chini wasna wakingi kete puye chini wasna wakingi kete onchi heye lo yo onchi heye lo yo le heya he ye la heya he ye kanki yo ya te ye O chaya wauruelo kangi ye o ya te ye chaya wauruelo nika te ye hewe nika te ye hu hewe wan bali kaleshka wanyan nihi yowe wan bali kaleshka wanyan nihi yowe miyukan Keen one lucky yeah Miyukan keen one lucky yeah Hena one lucky hey yeah hey yeah hey yeah Michink shimita waya michink shimita waya ate he we ate ya abuelo, arte ya abuelo, yani pikita ya abuelo, yani pikita ya abuelo. Wasna Waking Katai, yeah, 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 yeah. Wasna Waking Katai, yeah, 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 yeah. Lechi, yeah, 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 boy, yeah, 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 yeah. Lechi, yeah, yeah, Bill, boy, hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yellow, hey, yeah, hey, yellow, arte, hey, yellow, arte, hey, yellow. Arte, lena, maku, way, yeah, yeah, yeah. Arte, lena, maku, way, yeah, yeah, yeah. Pero one yan maku we ye pero one yan maku we ye arte maku we ye arte maku we ye ina heku misun kala che ya o mani ye misun kala che ya o mani ye ina heku wana sapiketa wana sapiketa unchi tazipa michuye unchi tazipa michuye arte heolo hey kin yarinka galie he kin yanka galie one lechia wana sapikata ke yarpi lo one lechia wana sapikata ke yarpi lo one hikite kangario one kiarte Kangario arte heilo mia one mayankayo mia one manyankayo kangio yarte one chanku wakangelo kangio yarte one chanku wakangelo yani pikitacha kula heilo makasito mani yano kiyo yarte okiye one bali o yarte one Hoshi Luarte Heya Lo Mago Wacharia Oki Petekinu Kie Pertekinu Kie Kangi Oyarte one Hoshi Heya Arte Heya Lo Lena Wakan Wakagarchi Arte Heya Lo Ogala Kin Han Wakan Wakagarchi Arte Heya Lo Chanon Pakin Wakagarchi Arte Heya Lo Miokan Kinchi chuche arte halo gale kini arhigeta arte halo michinchi taerna kupia michinchi taerna kupia makuche one washte nari argali pikete arte halo lo wana wicheshka wana wicheshka artie wa hurta o mani wi utu marni o kautarna o katano koyan wo wahin kite ata michuya warni kepe michuya ahiya wasna watin kite ahiya wasna watin kite hanpa watch it te wakila lahe wamblini chala he kayelo one blini chala he kayelo tokecha one wegele kinkita tokecha one wegele kinkita nihun kon he yelo nihun kon he yelo wakanyani nyar kinkite wakanyani nyan kinkite changaleshka one luisa hanin ya Mikinkite Chagalishka one Luzahani Yan Kinkite one wa Yargupo one wa Yargupo Arte Halo. Ileșorai calsarne mesutin de truaș renujas caprușarare me perușas capukin cerarcatem se kemenumne aftikin cepemi urunem sformarisham pasarab ne karajazaraminem sparashas evzo holtem sutin mikinuum not kepresedes pavram kemenotov nebunem se competem tasharuna pe toin buavor Tapan Saru Ponatrusman Mahachatari Sonana Parigamarutanana Papap Tana set Naparata Mission Head up a hit Mahita Fototana Mind Protapset Naprota Ketata Tarmahi Tatanam Water Nusha Singati Mehi about Roya Skim no Singati Mehi up Chuti Patamic of Root to American Benefit Papa Shisari Basarapatina Masasa Romani Corsica Romacuti Ruta and Maru Nation Debeb Rua Hero and Heru Tadam Heru Heru Salt of the oil tank of Garati spent a more kid Norbenus for more by being getting a better from the walls or a team from Kerep Sere Kerusum and Skeru Cruise a Canadian Metus and Ketu to Sanish Nesse the pandemic is similar to Susu the eruption to Skippernement and Hui Harry to Luminescence in the Roda Capinamu Caperatan or Shank number of come up from sets of the Ketam Ketik Cab is set the Budamini in head from Pet the Tetor and Tom Sherek Catoricium second pen Tetor Papa Second Toyer and Abu Apu in the head Tapsua Papa and second resume Resu second Toy and a muted second bus Capistrap or Master was under was a sim and Hepara second bush as Latini the actors of Packers second sediment to the case you suppose a moody miscarriage sediment on my Sarapet sediment second amendment for the Amcabetu no Madam Besson bring cake sucre Cartier Bobs and from second Martin Penny Tenamenti to do from the Mary Mam Karum Harry Sharu Kamisha Karu Nekan Saru Kati Pasti I Pareta Carameti on the Web Nabros that I can Bubu in a Temptum Sapari Babu to name never Nepo Sort on after men they had a temporary of that is minute and loot separate compositions and second per three small toys so we shot them never business with Kamish of a person they can drink at the end and at a corner and can do my kingdom can two but into Ramasushu at the curtain Charatu on the day in the dentist when in Sunny short and a girl social case and a Cameron poem Sherry will be perfectly short nation and me yes in Lucian would have ready to go up to a new occasion and I'm sick of the Guam they need for set up and a year I thought you up go up to a new occasion and I'm sick make running need for petty tournament is recompatum sickness again the majority one I'm sick to neck push on to next shoot on the net Nick Pebble Napus on Gay Cartoon Tatagani Pupolemi Surti on Tatamani Puma Casanani Pui Wabu and Katan Mati and Japan and Head and each other Susarema Moutamenti Kukarema Barutaki and the Detan to SNT to Mediapsi to Canada the Baraka you are me to one pet Mahat Arami Tata the Peret Wom Head Totos at Trapping your Matem Canoe has you no canoe million the Pedian ships is Medu Kamahotam the Perdate or ships of them so I will make no money new choice Barak Perempet would have listened to Nefertament Capricanti Mamu or never tap him the trail the white apparition in Africa come to possession times to up them never waking of short them all that they also temple that Impotimus you tap the beauty of patriotics and two moon to rec neutron no good a permanent with the moon sleep but a communitarium some rami boy method Cabernam Tortorei dot Capremas but Potan shared to Nami like a musical Shamore Tecusori particle terror or super come down to practice work secretary technical word and peramunu to go up to rank break or looked up thank you Cobster for watching time or country to all two and a brace of mountain wind pet my rune and monomasic park muson per yes sanitary Something that the exotic neck brand new cooked raw tarp sanatic Hua Macaruanic brand new Messasutin to wiper and Camuntafna Buller to the Casudi Seneki over Benet and an neck time or hoik 3 teams second me with that Roman Hennes who and hand loops and can't usually Nepson scattered out call my injured one that you won held had so much sushi after a picture I then new neck vision and shake you kept out water off them. Atau mami masa rudu Washington temenek upa nefra shrek shror kuki ari edes kama munen kita kapru tefin tefumu temut nora proson na truak ya bareka krona bupis rekai ne shake hekap na tru na bru shora ni shapeta kaben karek na mareka mutepiu skot kapte kot tapik no shot tapem na preuke nenju with the washer was so tapen up washer pa washness washer hem sim sort man tun persona sa beni se kanoi se Kureni Sarati Sarapita Pajana Pashari Shani Saruan Amsek Nubu Kaparam Kapri Kapalan Kapru Nebem Kaprus Kapram Permanent Pami yes Urna I'm gonna turn on and compare un'altra baggy beer, it's all sort of big cooking go to be made to. Are you to turn it into Sabi Watunayan? Abaek, Seba Prosiona Colony of the Street, Saturday Master, Jubasling and Pinsuti, Sabukan and the monkey use Kadip, cottages Aratu, Amupinim, the Ariam network, and Tiamakru, Amunefs, Netrakanum, Ea Katanaburu, Roya Su. Amu amendem sikite prat kene maru amano skene ne tru nebe sabra sikene kuabe kuakwai kuabe kankin kren hi wabe kam ne tru sabra sikene kora pekat karkis rosh farengi kor sati kabirin karabe kono ate bagin kabirin magnet one shubet shubet kiki yare ne kusamo you can shemeti kiki you had substance karna shemit wana meki you saren kebe ne menu lusarin kaisen en nisa prepenia Apkuaka kuatara natural one ora kuapara makawa kadele sono pesaki pu making magori keso tatak in chubna tunini piatini neti wapanapani through Mr. Secretary Pricate netu nundi of Simuni Palmas give us a lantum of St. Jordan Moffice Carafus Trippers Ratus Arina Caproasan so we can buy Capim Hota Prum Chuna Tunini take partner friend of Emes Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May we drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within us, and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Sikia Compasiana Compa. Nu. Capra, ra, tuma, consu, or semiton shabu balanation truina, higher semiton shabu balanation truina, higher semiton shabu balanation truina, abra. Thank you for joining for those blessings. Today we're going to do some tarot and oracle readings and whatnot. They'll be free. If people want to leave a donation, they can. If not, no biggie. And we'll have a normal chats like we normally do. Welcome back to a wonderful another day of life. Yes, I'm jingly. I like to be jingly because silence, it's good for its uses, but silence sucks. Personally, I like to hear stuff. Sounds nice. There's a movie said somebody put a bell on him or something. And the spirits, whenever I can sense the spirits around, I'm like if I don't have bells, I hear like somebody put a bell on him or something. It would find him easier. Hopefully you've got some coffee, or perhaps your favorite drink, whatever that may be. Perhaps some tea, orange juice, or whatever that flavor is for you. I'm glad that we can enjoy those things together in a digital but real world. We all come together in this kind of space of, I don't know, but I'll take it. I'll get some lemons and try to make some lemonade out of it. And some people try to do that. They got hit with a lawsuit thing. But hey, they're just little kiddos. Be nice. Understand what's going on in the world. If a little kid's getting ahead of you might need to pay attention to what they're doing rather than getting so upset at them. That's a fact. Let's see where we at. If you're talking about the bat's been there for a while. Just sometimes the placement of the chair and the camera brings it out if that's what you're talking about. It. But I was thinking about hanging something up yesterday or the day before. It's a bell. Oh, the bucket, the basket. Yeah, it's been up there for a bit. It's got a lolly loopsy doll. I got two of them. I think they're just so cute. I have fun. I have fun today. I think today should be a fun day. Does anybody want any tarot read? If people do, mention your name in the comments. Type your name out in the comments. And the first 5 people, I'll write your names down and I'll do readings for you if you would like. And where I am, it's 7-Eleven. That's cool. Pagan, well, yes. I don't stick to just one way. I really take in many ways. Hindu and Egyptian, Kemetic, and all sorts of ways. Pretty interesting to get into. And I see where things complement each other, where they fit together rather than conflict. And it's kind of interesting how people are like, don't do magic, oh my gosh. But you walk into a church and they got candles going. I wonder. Don't do it at home, but we can do it here. Hmm, I wonder. I learned to chase my dreams. I didn't have to go to a school of one that I have to pay to get into and be registered for. I just had to accept life around me, accept reality for what it was, see where people are making mistakes because they are stuck in the human phase of life. And if you're unfamiliar, there's three phases of a human embodiment. One is when you're born, when you come into life. For those first good chunk of years, we are instinctive. We're animalistically instinctive. What pleases us, all we want. What we don't like, we push away. Massive instincts, animal instincts, emotions drive us in everything. And then we get into seeing a little bit more our brain legitimately at the age of about 25 years old. It varies a little bit for males and females, and I get it mixed up which one is the other. But instead of thinking with the instinctive portion of the brain, it switches, and you actually start thinking with the other portion of your brain, and now you start considering everything you've ever done before in life. This is when you actually hit the human stage. Everybody does this natural process, one, two. Everybody gets through one, two, hopefully gets to two. And then we have the third stage, and the third stage is divine. Now, what is the major difference between human and divine? Human has those seven, people call them sins. I like to call them errors. There's erroneous ways of life that bring death, physical death, mental death, emotional death, and that's greed, and that's those seven errors of life. That lust, those aspects. Mm. And so when we're able to see and connect with others, and we really enter that divine connection, and we start sensing energy and thoughts and sending them, and we start seeing little things in our environment synchronize with the events of our life. You've had it happen to you, I know you have. Watching a movie, reading a book, hearing a song, you were thinking a thought, saying a sentence, and the word that came out, the word that was in your mind, was the exact same word in the exact same moment of coming out of that source, whether it be the TV or the song or whatever. That that is proof that you're on track. That is proof. That on a real, very real level. It means because you've been following divine law and order, and divine law and order is as simple as following your heart. And by doing that, you wind up running into synchronicity with the world. Things go click, click, click into place a lot faster and easier. And I'm like, oh, that was weird. But for me, all these years later, I say, it's pretty familiar. Seems like I'm on the right track here. And that allows us to really get a footing. And now we leave all those selfish interests behind because we know that we're truly connected with each other. Somehow, some way, we may not understand it or get it all, but there's some connection there. And that connection means that it changes the way I perceive, it changes how I interact, it changes to the I'm I can't store, I'm not gonna hoard food or this or that. To each their own as they do, but for me myself, I can't do that lopsided stuff. I'll do for what I got and that's enough for me. I'll make it any day that comes up, however I need to do. And that Trinity, that divine Trinity is a huge reality. It applies in many structures in many ways, and I'll explain a couple of them to you. One is in the ancients. I mentioned this a few days ago, and with the ancients, and all the research I did and all the studying that I did, every single time that they were going to do something, they used three different systems to calculate, to triangulate what their objective was. So they would use different, they had three different types of calendars for a legitimate reality. They had three different types of calendars. They had a solar, they had a lunar, and they had a secular. And if they wanted to do something in life, they made sure solar, lunar, secular lined up. That was the day and the hour to do it. It was going to come in. That was the time for it to come in. So it was very different. Another form of this is the Divine Mother's headpiece. Let's see if we can see. We got the hieroglyph here. Is it in there? It is there. Look at this one right here. Now, this one in particular is on the top of the Divine Mother's head. This particular hieroglyph, this one, two, three steps, okay? And many people, what they've referred to this particular hieroglyph that I'm pointing at here is a throne chair. I've looked and seen in different cultures where they understand that three chairs essentially is connecting. They don't say it directly, but they mention that these are three thrones in three different places: the underworld, the earth, and the divine up above the heavens. All right. So we have the animal, we have the human, we have the divine, all on earth, three different states of being. So if I have a throne chair in each, I recognize that I have a life. I have another body that lives and they stay there. I have one that stays there and I have another one that stays up here. So literally, I am telepathically, instantly communicating with myself across the veils without interruption or delay. Now, the way it normally happens, I'm going to explain this out for you. You've got the human level, you got that level, okay? And you got the underworld, and you got the divine up here. Now, the underworld will come up just enough to intermingle with human, just right at that plane to intermingle with lower level energy based humans, okay? But they won't go beyond that. The divine, they'll come down to speak to the sages, to the divine in the flesh. They'll come, the true divines, they'll come down to the human level to talk to them. But they are not going so low that they're talking with that other group, right? They're at the top of that human level. And so normally, if the underworld wants to get a message to the top, they gotta send a message to humans and find a shaman and, or whoever on that line and get that information to heaven. There's a process to get information from one place to the other. If heaven wants to get something down to the bottom, they gotta talk to somebody in the human realm, and somebody in the human realm has to talk to it down at the bottom realm. These are divine mechanics. You can call them quantum mechanics if you wanted to. They'll understand their stuff a lot better if they did. Anyways, oh, it takes some figuring out, but you get the gist. And so, with a throne chair at each level, you have instant communication. Now, I don't know about you, but as far as I'm aware of all the research I've done in my past on war and conquering and all of that stuff, the one who can communicate the fastest without having their information hacked or deciphered wins. And I find that's real in this world. A lot of people, so you understand that this animal, human, and divine, this is all within the self. This is all within you. Your thoughts that are low vibration, not all of them, but they are stored in the subconscious usually. And you got to dig deep to grab those thoughts. Those are not thoughts we're really thinking about, but oh, they could be really rich down there. We just ain't cleaned them off yet. It could be really hard to get down there and get those thoughts. We could have a mind that's up in the clouds all the time. And so it's going to be hard to transfer good at a human and get down into those thoughts. Oh my gosh, I'm sad and depressed. I got to bring that off to here, and then I got to make it pure and good. Ooh. And so people don't usually do that. They stay up here or here or here. They find a spot and they stay right there. They're pretty good. But to be able to have yourself unified, think about it: mind, body, soul, right? Right? Mind, body, soul. I like to put in heart because the heart is the seat of the soul. That's where it's going to sit. That's where all the blood pumps and flows. Everything's flowing through that sucker right there. So we have three different dimensions of our own being. We got our heart, we got our mind, and we got our body. Our body is dealing with right now, every moment. What we're eating, drinking, what we're around, what we're breathing, all of it. Our mind is thinking about all that stuff, kind of thinking about the past, planning for the future. The heart, eternal memory. Eternal memory in the heart. The mind not might bring it up, but if it was something in our environment that hurt us in the past, then we develop some immune response to fight that off. Our body's going to remember it because our heart had the code stored deep down inside. Say, you need this one, use it. Remember that immune system thing you got built up. Boom. The mind might not bring it, even though the body contains the ability and the heart has the memory. The mind, the heart, and the body, these are three different times. These are three different places. These are three different actuations of existence that we all each have. To be connected, to understand thyself, to be connected with thyself, to have all of the connections together so that those memories can be recovered without being depressed or sad or hurt or having to hurt somebody else because it got hurt feelings or whatever the case. Being able to consciously understand that whatever my body's not enjoying in the physical moment, weather wise or something, it's going to shift. And if it doesn't, guess what? My body's going to build up some immune response. It's going to say, I'm tired of feeling this. I'm going to start doing this. But it needs consistent regularity of that environment to build the immune system. Let me explain. Quite literally. All right. You know how the cold weather is. When I was down in Texas, when I lived down there, oh boy, I tell you what, I needed three jackets on a cold day. Golly, tell you what, if it's down in the 40s or something, yeah, I need three jackets like minimum. I'm freezing my butt off. I moved up north well into my 30s and turning into my 40s, and the room I was staying in was an attic, and the attic down below had the window or the wall. There's something messed up, so air would literally blow right in and right through the boards and up the stairs. It didn't matter if I opened the door or closed the door, the air still blew straight up there. And it was winter time. And so I had plenty of blankets, I had coverage and all that good stuff. But I did not have a heater, and the heater from the house did not reach up to that attic, not with that cold air blowing in. It was just about as cold as it was outside. But I said, you know what, it's all right. I'll just cover up my blankets and go to sleep and do my thing, and I'll wake up and start being active, get my body warmed up and whatnot. And after about, I mean, really, it comes down to 40 days. It comes down to the 40-day mark. But after about a month and a half or so, after I didn't really put a mark on it, I didn't kind of was like, whoa. But within a certain amount of time, I didn't need two jackets. I could literally walk outside, the temperature, the news, everything said it was 25 degrees outside, and I'm like, standing there without a jacket, like, this ain't too shabby. Hmm, interesting. Different if I go for a long walk, but I'm outside, it's 25 degrees, and yeah, it's chilly, but I'm not freezing. I'm not needing an excess amount of clothing of jackets to warm up. Interesting. And now, well, at one point, I got dressed and I was gonna go for a nice long walk, and I put on my clothing and layers. I literally stepped outside and I was about sweating. I had, I didn't get too far. I made it maybe halfway. I made it maybe half a block or something. I started sweating. I said, "Damn!" I said, "You walking in the snow that or in the cold and snow and ice. That's one thing, but you sweating while you're walking in that weather. Ooh, that's not a good recipe. I don't know much, but I know that's not a good recipe." So I had to turn around, go home, take some clothes off, dry off a little bit, and wear less clothes for the walk outside in the 20-degree range worth of weather. And that still persists to today, years later. Now, if I was constantly taking my body and going into the warmth, and I was in the warmth for the majority of the day or half the day, and then I was in the cold for half the day, and then I was in the warm for half the day, and the cold for half. If I was doing this, then my body would not be able to adjust. I said, well, temperature's going to change, so I don't need to do anything. I don't need to adapt to my circumstances. I have no weather to get used to. This is, for me, big. The human body can adapt very powerfully to its circumstances and to its environment. But if it has not been in a state to adapt, and it's been in a state of ease and convenience, and then if something really harsh changes in the weather, the body's going to be adversely affected, and it's not going to be able to adapt it because of such a voracious shift in weather. So for myself, I've just picked up a few things along the way, and I started appreciating the weather a little bit more. I mean, I think it was, what, 2 days ago? It wasn't yesterday morning. Maybe it was. I don't know. A couple days ago or whatever. I was going over the blessings in the morning, and I got sweat literally rolling down my back. I can feel it. It's going. It's flowing, man. The temperature is up. There's no heater on. I got my regular normal, so I got my coffee pot on, got the lights on, got the phone going. But I was sweating up a storm, just sitting here. And now, a couple days later, freaking cold front came in. I got the window open. I feel cold. It feels like the AC is hitting the bottom of my feet. Whatever the weather feels it wants to do, I'm ready to adapt with it. I mean, shoot, that's almost like the heater was on and somebody said, "Turn on the AC. What you doing, silly?" We'll see how long this cold weather lasts in the middle of summer, though. That's a new one right there. Washington State got some great weather right now. Know thyself. Ooh, nice name. Know thyself. I like that one. I do like that one. Uh, in all reality, if you are still here, Kratom Leaf. Yes, yes, I am. Um, Elvis Rex, are you still here, or did you take off? What's up, Still Haunted? Nice to see you again, bro. Looks like Forsaken's probably taken off by now. But I did see that comment by Elvis Rex. One in the chat, he said, we are the last of the Mohicans, man. That's for real. Oh, you're still here for a second. Cool, cool. I got distracted. Wonderful. Glad we could do that much. I don't know what gooping is. Somebody asked me another question. They were like something or something, and I thought the word meant one thing, and then I found out what it meant, and I was like, no, my mind was, no, that's not what I'm talking about at all. So maybe I don't want to know it. Let the young kids have their things. And if you don't want to see yourself as a kid, however you see yourself, I respect that. Growing up, young adult, whatever. I've been there. I've been there. I'm not a kid, man. I ain't no kid. But for me nowadays, I'm a Toys R Us kid. I don't want to grow up. I'm going to get the song wrong because I'm just going to play shit like that. uh, Vespa Buggy, going pretty good. Going pretty good today. Um, oh gosh, okay, nice. Thank you for letting me know on that one, Forsaken. I appreciate you that asking if we could pray for their brother's health. All right, definitely. I can feel I can got you. Boom. Just needed that awareness. That's it. That's blessings going out every day, and that was interesting during the crow, the oh the God darn it, I should say the name. I know the name. I wrote it out and everything. It's a particular dance, but I started crying at the end, man. Tears were just running. It wasn't like really emotion present, but like I could feel some was connecting. Something's connecting, and that's why I've learned to pay attention to vibration and energy. People, we need physical things to be able to recognize what we can do, right? Um, I have a lion. I have a little lion over there. He's just this little stuffy lion, right? Sitting over by the water bowl, like the water and always my little lion. You and I see him, and makes me think of several things. Makes me remember my daughters. Makes me think of the child in me. Makes me remember. Shell, we need a roar, we can roar. Shit, whatever we need to do. We could transfer, we could be cute, we could be protective, you know. But that little stuffed piece, a little stuffed doll, whatnot, is not who I am. I'm not limited to that shape, I'm not limited to that structure. I go on being myself without that. So I find a lot of the physical things that we have, pictures, film, music, all of it, is what we need to realize what we're capable of without the object. We need the object to realize what we can do. And so in that same vein, in that same response, um, the different things around, it's not that we are limited and that we have to have the phone to call or have an address to send money for a blessing or know a phone number to get with somebody and say, oh, may they get better. But just to be able to be aware and to know that my soul can start working on that. My soul can start sending those blessings. And if I need to do extra something extra to make sure those blessings get there, make sure that energy gets there, I'm gonna get some omen, some little thing, some little sign. I'm gonna move with it. I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna know the reason why. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna help send the blessing on. Boom, boom. Awareness is the key to your eternity. Without awareness, you're lost. Even if you don't know, even if you think you know where you're going, if you don't know any better, you're truly lost. Awareness is key. If I know there's a dead end that way and there ain't nothing for me down that way, well, let me walk this way to try to find my way through. Oh, cool. Hey, Rose. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. How high am I? If I got a tape measure, I'd be more accurate, but I'd say 2 feet, maybe 48 inches off the ground where the seat comes off the ground, and then a floor before we get to the solid ground of the earth. So, you know, 2 stories up, a story up. They were asking how high I was. I'm not sure about my seat elevation, the elevation mark of where I am. I'd have to look that information up. Thank you. Shh, not supposed to laugh at your own jokes. Come on. Thank you, Linda. That's the 1 feet above sea level. That's correct. What's up? Fishing the creeks. Well, depending from your perspective, that could be different. But I think for me, it's the ceiling, roof, and then clouds. Dad jokes, man. Good question, Rose. Okay, before I proceed forward, okay, so Vespa Buggy was asking, Rose was asking, do you believe drugs have any kind of genuine positive bearing on the soul? The question is directed at the soul, it is not directed at the body. So that's big. That's a change of answer right there, or a change of explanation, whatever the case. Um, But first, let me explain my perspective on drugs. A technical drug, now, okay, granted, this was like weed, and then they, like, melted it down into the goo, and now it's electronic or whatever, so it was made in a lab or a process. It's fucking main plant. I hope they didn't add anything extra. I didn't sign up for anything extra in my weed, okay? Anyways, but a drug is when you're in a lab and you're mixing components and you're making a concoction, and now you have a substance, and you can take that substance and you can feel different. Okay, so drugs versus nature are two different things. However, At the exact same token, they are one and of the same thing because every single drug was developed and concocted from something in nature. Even if that combination of nature got put together as something else and then made into something else, it had to come from the fucking ground or a rock or some shit on this planet. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And there are plants, like in Europe, there's this one castle or lady or wherever it is, not a castle, it's just somewhere, whatever the case, but they got a garden. And in the garden, it has every poisonous plant in there. I mean, you could go eat a leaf from one of these plants and practically die. They could kill you, every single one of them, just about. The difference in their quantity in dispensing the oil or the leaf or the flower or the extract, whatever it may be from that plant, the difference of it from killing the person versus healing them became the amount, the dosage. So when we talking about drugs, like ultimately, it's a complicated word. There's a lot more history, there's a lot more reality, modern history, all that. Getting past those technicals and focusing solely on mushrooms and weed here, on those two that grow from the ground and that we can ingest and have an experience. No. And I'll throw DMT into the mix. I did share an article. It is legitimately real. You don't have to believe me. It's fucking real. You'll see, the world will let you know sooner or later, because they actually already have. But it is completely possible, scientifically, legitimately, and we do, in the right meditation state, in the right state of being, we can create our own cannabinoid and our own DMT, enough sufficient for a self induced high or a self induced trip. Our bodies make fucking drugs. I mean, like, come on. They make substances so that we can experience other dimensional realities. Oh, all right. So, there's a difference between partying and woohoo and screwing each other on a substance and versus I'm meditating, I'm going within, I've had a tarot reading, I've done this, I've done that. Okay, let me take that substance and now let me really experience the other side of the veil. That's a different reality. That's a different experience. That's a journey right there. That's appropriate. That's what it's meant for. Now, let's jump historically. Ancient Kemet. Okay, ancient Egypt. Temples are whole and it's pure and painted, and there's celebration. The fire's going on. People are showing up. The priests are there. All the different spiritual individuals. Everybody shows up. It's a festival for the city. The temple's put it on for everybody. Come on down. We got all the milk you want, all the good blue lotus. You going on a fucking trip tonight. The reason why was because the shaman, the priest, the seer, that individual, they were on the substance already, but they're going to be on the substance all night long. But they're going to keep it at a certain level so they can stay conscious and aware of their environment so that they can continue performing a ceremony throughout the entire night. While the majority of people outside have free access to the substance, they're fucking downing it. They don't get it on a regular basis. There's not normally enough to give to everybody in the first place. So they're all overflow, man. I never get this stuff. I'm gonna have it all night, man. Pass out, throw up, whatever the freaking, however they don't overdo it. Is the point, right? Over, over, give me all I can. People are going to freaking lose it. But the priest, the shaman, the seer, the one who was maintaining the ceremony all night long, they were essentially driving. They were driving. And they had to be in that state of being so that everybody else who was passed out on the ship or about to fall over, they could like, ooh, caught that one. Maybe we're okay. We're still together. And literally, it was a huge quantum, spiritual, telepathic, magical event. And this is what they did on a regular basis so as to maintain a balance in society and a balance in life, in a multitude of ways, at least three ways, that's for sure. So, the construct of drugs and connecting to our spirit is that my final words, my final comments on that would be that physical drugs are only in place to help a person recognize what they can do and what they can achieve, and a state of mind and being that they can grab and create without the substance. They're training wheels for those who need them. Like in the morning, and before I go, like I get up. I'll tell you a little. I'll share a little bit about myself. I get up, do my morning thing, whatnot. Sometimes I hit my vape a little sooner. Sometimes hit the bong a little sooner. Sometimes not. I don't have a bong right now, but in the past, it's just regular being throughout the years. I might hit it first thing in the morning, but generally I'll give myself 20, 30 minutes. Let me take a shower. Let me have some coffee. Let me wake up first a little bit. Sometimes other days I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm gonna hit this right off the bat. I feel like it's right there. Let's do it. Hell yeah. I don't have to wait for. I'm not hiding it or anything like that. I'm gonna do nothing like that. So I'm gonna enjoy myself. And I start the ceremony. I go on with the ceremony. I'm not totally fucking baked out my skull or nothing. I've got a light high, if anything. Just stoner's buzz, really, if anything. And then I start reading for about an hour and a half plus. And I literally create enough in my own self, in my own being, and I'm fucking. People are like, "What you high on?" And I'm like, I just read for an hour and a half and got myself fucking lit. You didn't see? You didn't hear it? It's pretty good stuff. And it's pretty interesting how it happened the first time to me, and I had no clue. I wasn't spiritual. I wasn't, maybe I was lightly spiritual, but I wasn't in tarot cards. I wasn't into burning candles. I wasn't buying. Only reason I was buying incense sticks was to cover up the weed smell. But truly, I've been doing it for a while, in which I've been hitting elevated states of being from a childhood on up. And other people pick up on that energy that are around me. They feel that. And that's a big reason I figure on that. That's why they keep telling me to be myself. They tell me, be yourself, be who you are, be yourself. And I'm like, I am. But I think it was more just encouraging words. It's nice when I'm doing. I find it very healthy and encouraging in life, and a good memory in life too, when I'm doing something positive, and then somebody comes up to me. They haven't been watching me. They haven't been talking to me. I don't fucking know. And then they give me some positive advice to do what I'm already doing, and I'm like, I am. Thanks for the. I wouldn't call that confirmation, affirmation, or anything. Not me. I mean, you might, but and that's okay. But for me, I'm like, just keep walking in that direction. Just keep doing it. Just keep going. Encouragement. It comes to me. It comes down to being encouraged. The correct kind of encouragement that'll motivate anybody to do anything. Wrong encouragement, low self worth, all that kind of junk. Yeah, no, man. Encouragement, that's a whole different kind of ball of wax to play with there. I like encouragement, encouraging things. You want to hear something funny about me? It's just personal. It's like nothing big or anything esoteric or whatever. I guess it might be a little secret, but I don't know. I just be playing and stuff. I just be like washing dishes or taking a shower or going up and down the stairs, getting some from the kitchen or whatever, walking in between. I don't know. I don't like envision myself, but I'm like, "Rawr," like a dinosaur or something. Like dinosaurs that got loose is still alive or something. I don't know. I make certain sounds and stuff. I'm sure people, if they heard me, they'd be like, "What the fuck is going on in that room?" But when you got a strong mind and you got some different characters with you, I got Pinky. So Pinky's always with me, he's like my best friend, yeah. And then I got Banger, and his name's Banger because he likes to headbang, likes hard, heavy death metal stuff. Yeah, he's a unicorn, and so I got different characters, and they got different like attitudes and styles of themselves, and so I got a very active earth. I got this guy over here. He's like, no, don't move me. And this one's just like, he just always makes me happy because he's just too happy. He's just, how could you be mad around him? He's just too happy. So like, I gotta bring them to life somehow, and I don't really feel like making a comic book or anything about them, but the kind of personalities, beings, aspects, just because I don't see them, just because they're not equipped to my hip or on a stage or something, doesn't mean they're not living or kicking or doing something. Take that construct and now think about every single story about a divine being, God, angel, titan, whatever. That story does not just exist in the past. That eternal soul is alive right now, and they've been experiencing things while nobody's fucking recorded it or been aware of it. And that's where we come into play. That's where you come into being so important, so valuable, so special. Uh, Whatever word you want to throw on there. I ain't trying to give you extra compliments you don't need. But for the divines in existence of the stories we read, the reason why there's stories in the past and not something new that we're reading about of today of what they're going to do tomorrow is because nobody is embodying them. And when you connect to a divine source, when you connect to their story, when you get some stuff, when you can pick up that ball of energy that they will literally hand off to you, seeing a pure good heart and say, go ahead and continue my story, continue my walk on this earth. And it doesn't matter, you walk around with a big old fucking sign saying, oh, I'm somebody special. But hot dog it, you're going to get a heart of vitality, strength, and stability that can only connect with divinity. In the flesh, that state of being, that's what's going to connect, that's what's going to keep that going. A debased set of energy closer to human or animal instinct that cannot accomplish heavenly goals. So if you seek to walk that path of the shaman path, the oracle path, the divine path, the spiritual path, however you want to word it or call it, I tell you again, follow thy heart. Because something I learned was that in this world of chaos, which things can change up at any moment, if the one I'm connected to knows that I'm going to be me through and through in every situation, then when the storm is happening in the middle of Mercury retrograde or whatever other kind of real storm is going on, I can literally walk right through it and not be phased by the fucking storm. They can count on something stable, so they know at a particular fucking juncture my shit's gonna happen like this in that situation, how I fall through. They know the other people, they know me. The divine can literally calculate the outcome for what it literally is going to be. And they know just for my presence in that place, it's going to change everything because they could drop a miracle right in the middle of that storm, right at the eye of the fucking center, and that miracle could disperse out. And as it does it, the winds just happen to die off because there's no ferocity, and things return to calm, and blessings go out, and good things happen. That's why it's important for you to be true to you. Did somebody else say you contradicted yourself? Well, that's for them. I know I contradicted myself. Look, I got blue, I got red. I knew one person. I haven't worn socks in a while. I wear socks when it's like really cold. I'll wear a pair of leggings, like hose leggings, and I'll put like the color socks or picture socks along the one, the high ones up top, keep me extra warm in the winter. Anyways, but I'll wear two different socks. Very rarely ever wear the same two socks, whether they're going up to my knee or my ankle. I like wearing different color socks. and and I was in public at one time. It was a long time ago, and this person comes up to me, and their eyes started at the bottom, and they're talking, and they're like, "You know, you're not wearing the same sock." They go, "You got the wrong socks on today. You put the wrong socks on." But they didn't mean it as a joke. They meant it seriously. Like I really picked out the wrong socks. Like I missed the fucking wrong siding. And I was like, do I look like I match exactly? Like, my life has a little bit of being the complete opposite of who my father was, but still appreciating some lessons he left me. Still following his tracks. I'm not making the same mistakes. I'm not stepping in his tracks, but I'm seeing where he went. I can do that much. But he would set things up, and he had this one dresser, and from the jewelry in the little box for 10 plus years, it's always in the same spot. It's always in his whole room. Everything. As long as it could be. If you could have it on longer, stay in the same way. It's the way it's going to be. Let a kid come in. Let somebody move something. Let anything get out of place. Holy sheep shit. The world's burning down. I like to be organized. I like to find my stuff. I don't like I don't want a mess. But at the same token, I gotta be flexible enough to say, you know what, my shit can move and I can find it. I got a mind sharp enough to where I can deduce the memory. I can look into my own memory for the past 24 hours. I'd be like, yep, that's where I put it, and that's where I went, and that's where I went, and that's where I left it right there. Yep. Because I was able to retrace my steps. I was able to do something different, not get stuck in the same pattern. But the dude's got some resilience beyond anything else I've seen much of anywhere else, man. The dude's dedicated to what he's dedicated to, and I gotta honor that. That's not easy to do. That's a sacrifice. My dad sacrificed me so he could have the life he has. So I don't want a son. I give that. I sacrifice that option in life to nothingness. I don't have access to it. Nope. So that I can go do what I want to do. There's a lot of people out there and they've got some major issues with their dad not being there. You need the answers explained. Why weren't you there, Dad? Why weren't you there? That was my question. I had a zillion questions for my dad, and pretty much every question that I had, all zillion questions, were why weren't you there? It's pretty much what how they boiled down to ultimately. Why weren't you there? And one thing I've learned about, and this is why I elevate the mother. Not every single female is a mother, but generally speaking, she's gonna have better chances at learning how to be a mama than a dad really being a dad. Just from my age of growing up, I don't know about maybe right now. Maybe things are different right now in this very moment in time and existence of the world and everything. But when I grew up, for what I looked at in the past, I came to realize that the home belongs to mama. The kids belong to mama. The dad, the dude, he knows how to hunt for food. He knows how to protect the home. He knows how to build shit. He knows how to fix shit. Dad, generally speaking, has been through enough shit that he don't want to deal with nothing else. He's a little kid that took care of all the problems that ever got put on his plate, and now he just leave me alone unless a problem comes up, and then I'll deal with it. I'll take it out till we got peace again, and then I can go back to resting, because that's what he's been dealing with from a little kid all the way up to being an adult. When I looked into medieval history, it was now it's different. You have your common individuals, peasants, so forth, so on, your commoners, and then you got your knights and earls and dukes and all of that. And the knights, you know, they'd have their children. If there was a son, they'd be in the house. And if the son was cool and kind and working along with everybody else, generally speaking, he was raised within the church. Just moved into the church, learned how to be of the priestly class. But if he was an individual that was being rambunctious, destroying things, being loud, hurting, stealing, that kind of thing, then he was out. He was going to be a squire now. He was going to go with an uncle or someone else who was a knight, someone else that was close to the family, or a deal that was worked out, and the other person could afford to feed them, and they would train them. And that person would train all those years, and then by the age of 20 to 25, that's around the age they could be knighted if that was going to happen for them, if they had been training throughout their life. And once they were knighted, that's when they could team up with their father, and their father would say, "Okay, while you've been doing all this little basic stuff, here's some tricks of the trade." And that's how they would actually share some tips on the battlefield and how to advance that ability. And for myself, I connected back to my own dad. I look back at my own life. I didn't I didn't leave my daughters. I didn't run away from them. I had I had 9 people, including their mother, saying leave, and my mom just died. I've got nothing. I'm homeless against one, two, three, four, ultimately 5 families. It's in court. Everybody's sleeping with each other. So whoever has the most money to buy, whoever has the kudos in the courtroom wins the fucking day. 5 families versus me fighting for my daughters. I I'm I fucking lost. Even if I win, I lost because I'm going to be creating turmoil for my daughters, emotional, mental, verbal from the other people from when they get to hang out. It's going to be a fucking loss. All the way down to my own story and my own chapter in my life. I had a journey to go on, and that's what the world sent me on. That's what the universe, that's what everything sent me on. It sent me on a journey. For those fathers who can be there for their kiddos, that's immense, that's massive, that's major. Do it. That time with your kiddo is more important than time somewhere else, I'll tell you that much for sure. That's reality. But fathers, they're not there. Generally speaking, they've got something else to do. That's why. They had something else. They had another mission on this earth to serve. They had another purpose to fulfill. They had a fire to put out. They had someone to save. And they knew ultimately that you were okay. You were in good arms. That's one thing I knew about. And you can move on and do what you need to do. I see how important that mother is for the kids. Those fundamentals, that patience, that time, all of that. That's huge. And so, for my own book, for my own reasoning, for my own heart, I could understand why he wasn't there in totality. I could understand. I could accept it. I could accept that reality before me, which by no means was easy to move into, easy to work with. But being aware of those circumstances helped me understand my path a little bit. And to each one as their path is. The past does not have to be our future. We can change those outcomes. We can create new futures. My life's not over. This physical life isn't over yet. I still have a life ahead of me. And so until that shows up, I continue doing what I do. Continue sending the blessings out until there's more to add to sending those blessings out. For all those parents that couldn't be there for whatever reason, that's where it comes up to us each and every day to be there for each other because that's the world we're in, a world of orphans and widows, because the good person, usually the one fighting the battle, saving the day, you just don't see them around because they're busy taking care of that stuff. It goes right back up to Ra fighting off of Pep every day. Essentially, Ra circles the earth, and Pep, this big dark evil force, comes up, and Ra circles and he fights it off, and the Pep goes away. And by the time that comes back around full cycle, the Pep's regenerated and he's come back for another go. He ain't giving up. And so they fight and they battle every single day. There's light against darkness, and yet they live right next to each other, literally. Look at our sun, look at the star itself. Light and darkness right next to each other. But that sun don't quit, and that cold that's really out there, that don't stop either. They're battling each other every single moment just for their own existence. Is that not our reality within ourselves, within our minds, to keep that sharp focus of who we are and to be able to keep moving forward in life, regardless of how somebody tries to change us, to be aware and to choose to change? Maybe that change isn't exactly what I wanted, but you know what? That was pretty close. I'm going to adjust a couple of things. I just made it my own. Now I'm going to shift. That's a little trick my mom taught me. You can get any recipe, anything from the store, any box. You can just, a meal to make. Any prepackaged meal, you gotta add not something you just throw in the freaking oven, but something you gotta, add water and milk and stuff to it or whatever. And she said you do that for a couple times, right? You understand what that tastes like. Then you start experimenting a little bit. Add a little pinch of something you like or something that you think is going to complement that. Try that out. And over time, as you continually make that dish, you're going to find just the right combination of things to add into that recipe that's going to make it taste completely unique. People are going to be like, whoa, every time they taste it, you made it with this? I buy this too. It don't taste that good. Yeah, because I've been working on that for years. A little bit this year, a little bit that there. Oh, wait, that wasn't good. I'm not going to add that next time. Do this instead. And so, by utilizing that which somebody has really brought to a pretty solid state in this world, and then to personalize that can really bring out some uniqueness in life. And so I've utilized that beyond cooking. When I receive a lesson in one area of my life, I take that lesson and I apply it across the board to everything if I can. If I can think about something else, then it applies over there. I'm gonna do that. And so that's what I learned to do. She would say in books and whatnot, and they got the perfect words already written out. All you got to do is read after them. And she would pick out words, not just one huge section and quote it, but she would pick out portions and then align that into one sentence and be like, boom, and that would be like aces on point. And that's how I grew up for a good portion of my young life, learning how to study and reports and all sorts of stuff. And so over the years, as I've read books, instead of trying to change the information to fit my life, I read it for what it is and I accept its reality. And being able to see that allows me to personalize it afterwards. But if I can't study something straight for what it is in the beginning and see it for what it is in its original form, anything I try to add, anything I try to do, it's not likely to have a smooth first going, at least on that one, if it succeeds at all. And that's a reality of the world that we live in, is so much has been created, so much has been developed, and even going to thoughts and information, there's so much that we are tapping into these days, so much being sent out as well to to conscious minds, as far as different methods and abilities of how to get along in this world. Whereas before, years past, If somebody shared this kind of information, they'd be missing. But that's not necessarily the case that I'm seeing across the board. So there's a shift. There's something being allowed in our world to happen, whereas before that door certainly was closed. And in that regard, I again, I have hope for the future. I see something positive for the future. There's some realities in our world that's really touching home for a lot of us. I was talking to somebody, and they had mentioned they were in Raleigh, North Carolina, and a day later, within 24 hours later, I read an article how there was this community issue in Raleigh, North Carolina, but it wasn't stuck just to there. It's been happening in many places. I am thankful that my mother kept a close eye on me. I am thankful my mom did not let me just run about, because if I did, I certainly would have. Oh my gosh, I'm sure I would have. Something not good would have happened for sure with my own going on. She kept a close eye on me. That was my mother's love that kept that going. That's what your love can do for someone else, helping them not follow a crowd. Crowd mentality is a real thing. People can shift very quickly. Things can go from positive to negative, and it's just our world's changing, and people aren't doing things like they used to in the past. And I know for my life, at least as long as I continue to pay attention, as long as I stay connected with the divine as I do, my body's not going to wind up in an area where there's going to be pure chaos going on. My body's going to pick up the cues that I need to move location, that this place isn't safe or that place isn't safe or whatever the situation. And wherever I am, my feet are going to start moving me or whatever the case. Following the whims of entertainment and the whims of social agendas on our world by different people and organizations, they're all playing a crapshoot game, man, at the casino. They're live experiments, and they don't even understand themselves. The person at the top calling for looking at everything, they don't even understand themselves. When's the last time you heard that a judge, yeah, a judge behind the bench with the anvil and all that stuff, when's the last time you heard a judge learned how to be non emotionally attached so they could learn how to properly judge? However they feel in that day, whoever pissed them off the next day, whatever's up in their little window, that's how they're going to judge that day. Some are more fair. Some are able to pull their emotional selves out of it. Most aren't. People are calling for certain things to happen in our world. They don't even understand themselves. They're making decisions with other people's lives by the thousands, and they don't even understand their own shadow. They've done zero introspective work, and they're calling and making decisions, and other people just go, yeah, okay, that's what we're doing, so we're all gonna do that now. That's the blind leading the blind right to the edge of the cliff and off it. That's all that is. The Divine Spirit, the Divine Father, and the Divine Mother got me where I am. In the beginning, I thought I was reaching out to the Divine Father. I thought I was speaking to the Divine Father. It's really the Mother who saw me. And she said, I'll spend some time with you. And then throughout my shamanic journey, that's when I learned, and it was not by my own accounting. I mean, this is real. The Divine Mother, she teaches you how to work with the Divine Father. See, Dad, I was talking about Dad earlier. Dad's busy cleaning the mess, fixing the problem, bringing in a solution. He's not the one to say, help, help, I need something, Dad, help me. No, he's taking care of some real motherfucking shit. If I want that help, I'm gonna go run off to Mama. Hey, Mama, I need help with this, I need help with that. Da, 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 da. Mama's got the time. Mama's not going fighting up. Mama's in the home. She's in the temple. She's inside of me. Literally, inside of you. Go within. And all of those lessons and all of that connection with the Divine Mother, she was able to be patient with me and work with me and not rush me. And then when something really important had to happen, I got the omens, I got the info, and she was handing me off to the Divine Father. You got something to do with Pop? Go on. And I go and I'll work with Pop for a while. And then that work be done, and I'll be hanging out with Mom again. Mom's the one I'll be talking, hanging out with, eh, most time. And Dad, I see Dad every once in a while. I need to talk to him. I talk to him anytime, but I know, don't take stupid little stuff to Dad taking out big fry stuff. Dad taking out the steaks and shit. It's a difference. This is understanding the Divine Mother within you and the Divine Father within you. The intake and the output. The ability to learn, and yet the ability to teach. All happening together at the same time. That's why when you get an individual and they're just teaching, and then a kid comes in or someone comes, it could be an adult, someone new comes in, and that person fails because they legitimately couldn't learn the material. They learned in a different method. They don't learn like everybody else learned. That's why they failed. That's not a teacher. They're not accessing, I mean, they might be a teacher, but they're not accessing both parts of themselves. They're not learning, because anybody who's accessing the masculine, the dark and the light, the masculine and the feminine, they're going to be aware that as much as there may be going out, I need to have coming in. And that means if I'm teaching, I need to be learning. And by doing those two things together, a teacher can change their teaching style, their method. They can talk differently, they can share differently, they can relate differently, they can help that other person learn. They could help any student that wants to learn to learn. I mean, any student that wants to be a student. I've seen students in schools and classes, they don't want to be a student. It didn't matter what the teacher did. That person was going to fail. They didn't want to be there. Didn't want to be learning the shit. They didn't care about it. That's all. So there's different reasons for all things happening, and a lot of times in human life we want to say, that happened, then it must be that singular reason. Yeah, circumstances change, people adapt, and all of this is just part of the regular good old journey. Let's see here what we got going on. Yeah. Interesting. Well, pretty sure we're still live there. Yeah. Well, good. Over here on my other device that I got it going, it was showing that the internet disconnected. So I was like, wait, did we disconnect there? I don't think we did. We'd be good. Chainsaw Scream. Much love, bro. You should. I see your name, Chainsaw Scream, and I'm thinking of cream because I want some ice cream. I've been thinking about ice cream for the past few days, and I think I need to eat a big ass bowl of ice cream and freaking just get sick and go to bed or something. I'd do that. And one time I hadn't had ice cream in so long, I let the whole thing melt, and then I used that as my milk for my cereal. Not that great of an idea. It was all right, but milk, it permeates the cereal a lot better. I love you too, James. Hey man, I appreciate the message and whatnot. I do appreciate that very much. Uh, oh, it's night. We having a good night. If it's night where you are, it's the morning where I am. So night and day collide in the most wonderful ways. What's up? Um, I'll tell you what. Something important for you to be aware of on your journey of life. If you ever decide to study another language, just a little tidbit for yourself from legit experience. If you try to speak another language and anybody, anybody with a good heart comes up and they hear you speaking that language, let's say you're getting the words wrong, let's say you're mispronouncing them, they're going to be not impressed, but they're going to appreciate that a foreigner took interest in their culture, in their very language, and they're trying. They are going to appreciate that. If they don't come up and tell you that, that's what they thinking in their heart. People that have jealousy, greed, other things, they will come up and they will point out all the things you did wrong because they don't want you to know. They don't want you to get close. They don't want you to succeed in what they themselves have already failed in. It was their mother tongue, it was their language, it was their spell, it was their God, and a foreigner came in and made contact before they could. Oh, bub, they angry. They angry. You know what comes with anger? Oh, yeah, all that stuff. So don't forget the peace that you found because when you're in a state of peace and connecting, because you know you're working with family, divine family, that peace, it can't connect with the anger. The anger is a different vibration than peace. You got one's that doesn't stick together. That doesn't stick. That separates. That if this one was going, then these two can, right? Or if they're both calm and come together. Oil and water. So what your emotions become. That's why your peace is so important because people, what they want to send your way on a negative way, can't get to you. So maintain that peace and maintain that happiness at all costs. Be nice when everybody gets there. It will definitely be a changed world when everybody gets there. It's what I look forward to. So what I look forward to is people getting that love everywhere they are and everywhere they need it. Fishing the creeks, oh, that would be nice. That would be pretty cool to have a spiritual jam. And that's what I've been doing with my life. I hope by the end of my life I can find a good 5 people, maybe, if that even be possible, where we can come together and rock the spirit every day, man. People think of a party and they just think of intoxication. I think of a party and I think about raising energy. I think about connecting to ancestors. I think about ceremonial ancestral realities. I don't see boom boom dancing going on as much as I see camaraderie happening. I don't go. I'm not a person who typically goes to parties throughout my life. I've been to a few, maybe. Been to one house party, one real house party. Like you see in the movies or something. I've been to one of those in my life. It's not a desire I care to go to. I used to love going to different events in the world, Renaissance Fair or whatever the case, and I like to go to enjoy the shows or whatnot. But I'm always seeking to elevate my mind, and it'll be interesting how I'll get into a conversation with somebody, and right away their thoughts and their mind is diluted into something else, whatever it is. They're focused on that party aspect of living. They're there at the fair, at the thing, or whatever it is, to because they work every day. They have to be Mr. Stand Up Straight, yes sir, no man shit all day long with everybody they deal with. And so they only have a moment to let loose. And so yeah, you're gonna let loose. That's gonna happen. Pop the top off that pop and let's have a good time. And for me, being able to have my days without somebody putting me in circumstances that I don't want to be in, without having to be in a situation where, oh, I have to do exactly what you say, I can't do anything different. I don't deal with that. I don't live with that. I don't accept that in my life. I Not anymore. I did for quite some time. I don't on that on my path, not anymore. And so I don't have that need. I don't have a need to feel like I need to offset something because I pay attention to maintaining that balance every single day of my life. If that starts to get unbalanced, we got to change something, put something extra heavy on the other side now. Okay, well, oh, now we'll find some balance there again. That balance is everything. That balance gives stability in life. Stability, I'm telling you, it's Emotional stability, that's huge. And I don't mean just staying in the same emotion all the time. I mean being able at will to truly have the free will to be able to switch an emotion and say, you know what? I don't care about that one anymore. Fucking circuit's fried. Moving on. Next. Yes, please. You know how to do it. You do it all the time at work. You do it all the time trying to fill somebody's quota that they gave you to do. You do it all the time when you go to school, filling out this and filling out that. And gosh, I can't be upset. I gotta suck the tears down to deal with whatever I'm dealing with, right? Don't you do that? Yeah, uh huh. Instead of doing all that for somebody else, do it for yourself. Hold on, wait. I stuffed my own tears down so that I could work a 9 to 5 and not get fired. I suffered so I wouldn't get fired. I stuffed my own pain down. Literal physical tears, emotional fucking pain. I stuffed it down and I maintained that job for years, bro. For years. So, if I put my heart into that spot of importance, then I can put my emotions that are connected to anybody, fucking anyone. I could disconnect that, I could stop it. I did it for a fucking paycheck. I could do it for my heart. The whole thing changes right there when you start doing it for your heart, when you start putting your heart first. Because if you're going to respect your heart's going to respect your body. And when that happens, your mind sees what real respect is all about. That's when you start learning some qualities about love, about character, true character, the quality of your own being. And when that kicks in, oh boy, it's very, very, very clear as night and day when somebody treats you how they treat you. You can see right where they are. You can know right what they're going through. Been there myself. I moved past that one. So I know exactly where not to get caught up. I know exactly what not to connect with. There's been a good amount of people, maybe a couple handfuls of individuals who I offered my help, and in a way, they accepted my help for a time. But then at a certain point, they said, nope, don't want that no more. I'm going to do my own thing. So I said, okay, I respected that choice. That's their body, it's their life, that's what they get to do. Okay, not bound by anything. And then that person comes back to me complaining about all the shit that went wrong from their decision and from their actions following that mistaking, horrible choice. I don't accept 5 seconds of complaining. I hear the complaining, I identify the subject matter, I know exactly why you had a fucking sure solution out of it and you rejected it. Therefore, you want someone else to go run your mouth off to or complain about or whatever. You need a balance from all the problems that you created. You can go do that with somebody else's energy. Because mine, I'm staying the fuck out that one. All together. Your bed, you can sleep in it. That's what I learned. It took me years to learn that. It took me a lot of years of putting myself last to really get that lesson into my heart. That was not something that just happened overnight. That was not. I'm in my 40s. I'm not 20. I'm not a teenager here. I spent many, 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 many years trying to help people do the good thing and the right thing, putting myself last. And the more I disregarded my own heart, my own body, and my own mind, that's how much ultimately I was disregarding everybody else's I was trying to help. I couldn't see that before. I couldn't see what real respect and what real love truly looked like from the inside perspective. I experienced it from my mom. Like, she took care of me, she looked out for me, she fought for me, all that kind of shit. She never gave up on me. I saw that. I know what real love looks like. I got a solid picture of that. But the personal viewing, it takes personal experience to be aware, to activate that knowledge, and to put it into practical wisdom, into something that will allow you to make a better decision today, to change your course for a better future tomorrow. And we can do that each and every day. You're not stuck to fate or destiny unless you choose to be. A lot of times it comes down to making a decision and walking through it, seeing it through to the end. A lot of people, they won't make a decision on anything. They'll just try something. And so then when they meet failure, either frustration, anger, ultimately they walk away from it. But if you're really going to get familiar with something, you're going to keep working with it until you got all the kinks worked out. A mechanic, again, I'm not the greatest, not by any means, I'm not a mechanic for a car, but for those who do, for those that are, they know which tools they need. And for those who can and have, they have the tools they need to do the job they need to do. Without the correct tool, they know it's going to be hard. I'm going to scrape my fingers. I want to get cut. I'm going to have this problem. I'm going to run into that problem. But anybody knowing their craft knows the correct tools to have so as to do the job without a slew of interruptions. And respect will allow somebody to live their life without interruptions. Love isn't trying to interrupt somebody's life, it's trying to serve something along the way, it's trying to help along the way. Like somebody running a race in a triathlon or some long endurance race, and they get their family or their friends, whoever's out there, they got a bottle of water and grab and drink and whatever they need to do, whatever they need for along their journey, they have support there. And we do have a spirit family. We do have each other. Making things personal has been huge to my spiritual journey. And when I say making things personal, the mind could go a couple of ways, but what I mean by those words is that I relate to things. How would I feel if I was in that situation? What would I do if I was stuck in that situation and those were my limited choices? Not with the information I have that I'm aware of for me, but if I was that person stuck with those parameters, what would I do in there? Hmm. And that's how I can start working out. That's how I can start figuring out a solution, is by working on that information from that perspective of being. A lot of times in the past, I just want to give information for where I am right now. And that doesn't work for somebody else's because we're in two different mental places. We're in two different places of heart. They're in a different energy zone than I am. That's why we're not connecting on a telepathic level, because those things are in different frequencies. In the past, I would drop my frequency, I would lower my vibration to match with somebody else so that I could help them get out of their situation. And there's a lot of chaos, personal chaos that comes with that. And especially after going to the temple for as long as I did and learning and so forth and so on there, I learned that the importance is maintaining the resonance of energy. So that anybody that does want that help, anybody who does want that guidance or whatever the case, that energy's pouring right off the top. That's what they have access to. Religion, at least to date, on a wide scale of things, has treated things very much as in create the problem and you just, say so many Hail Marys and this and that, and you're okay. We're going to damage control. And I've found in my life that maintenance, proactive maintenance before it gets to the point of damage, is going to save money, time, work, effort. It's going to save everything. Just a little bit. And truly, that's where I'm at on the spiritual side, but not just maintenance anymore. It's just raising the positive energy constantly. And in doing that, somebody needs a blessing, somebody needs some extra oomph on that, whatever the case, that energy can go out. It's active, it's there. I'm not waiting till I go all the way into the dumps emotionally and spiritually to say, oh, I need to raise my vibration. Oh, okay, I'm doing good. I don't need to do anything. And then drop down to the bottom again. No, I'm not. I stopped doing that up and down bit, and I decided to keep my energy up because in that state of being, I can keep my focus in life, keep my happiness. And it's amazing how many things in this world will try to take your happiness just because you have it. The world certainly still is very sick. And for those who choose to stay in that mindset and heart set, in these days, the best thing I do is detach from that. Because if I try to do anything with it, my life's going to get off. I'm going to start trying to do something else that's not me. I ever tell you about the birds I try to feed? So there's this one time I said, I just want some bird feed. $5 bag of bird feed and throw out some bird feed seeds, whatever. The birds come, munch on and enjoy. And I did this, and the birds were real nice. Enjoyed seeing the birds, and then the squirrels showed up, and the squirrels are taking all the bird food, and that was okay. I said, screw, I'll just put out more food, and then more squirrels showed up, and I was living in an RV at the time, and squirrels are cool. I like squirrels, but if you've ever heard their little screech sound that they make, and RV is pretty much glorified camping, paper thin walls, you could hear everything. And so I heard them guys like 24/7, and they were driving me bonkers. And I went from a $5 bag of bird feed to, I didn't buy it, but I went to looking online to buy a pellet gun to start shooting them damn squirrels. Yeah, that's what I said. And then I'm like, I'm looking at 90 to 80 bucks, $200 to kill squirrels, and I'm like, hold on a second, hold on. In the beginning, all I wanted was some bird feed to feed the birds. Now I'm looking at spending 80 to $100 to kill animals. This is, I'm just gonna stop feeding the birds. I'm just gonna stop. Enough is enough. It's amazing how things can switch and perspectives can become something else, and an entire life of intending to do something good can very quickly flip to something horrible. Like, my goodness. Oh, some funny days back then. Some certainly funny days. I had other people pushing my buttons. They knew my buttons. I gave them the keys to my button. I said, "This is my nuclear codes. Here's set one, set two, set three, and there's number 4A and 4B, and they pushed every single one and shit. They did them in combinations and shit, and they knew how to set me off just how they wanted to. Boom, 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 boom. They were just fucking around with me like a video game. So I had to learn how to get some stronger mental abilities. I had to learn how to focus my resilience, my thoughtful, my cognitive, and thus my emotional resilience to bring into play the reality of my own free will. Because up until that point, I didn't have free will. I could think I had free will all I wanted. But one bad situation puts you there, and one good situation puts you there. Uh, and each situation is going to happen because of somebody else's actions. Shit, that's not free will. I'm going down a fucking path somebody else created for me. Whether they fucking knew about it, signed up for it, or anything. Fucking that their choice guided my life. Because all I was doing was reacting. The ancient, the old ways of knowing your personal independence and yet your ability of interconnectedness. Knowing that you can accomplish something without the assistance of others, and yet if you find a couple of people where your interests match up, oh, we can make much more faster progress if we team up for a bit. Doesn't mean we have to be best buddy forever, but hey, you know what? A good ally is a good thing to have. Even if they have different interests than me, that's okay. They're an ally. They doing their own thing. I'm doing my own thing. We ain't hurting each other, but if each other needs a help, we'll be right there. It's always good to find those kind of people on the road. And in people's minds, they may be thinking, "Oh yeah, physical connections, complete physical people. You know, I can call you on the phone." That's not what I'm. That's not what I'm talking about. While that is a thing, while that is true, I'm talking about the spirit connections. I'm talking about those soul connections. That's a quantum reality. Once that door is open, it's not closed. You don't close that without effort. You got to put effort to close that connection. Either person does. And so maintaining a good, healthy, working with somebody, even though interactions, whatever the case, that interconnectedness, the ability to team up with somebody just out the blue. The competition never saw it coming. The obstacle couldn't do anything. It had no force when two came together or more. But really, two or three, that's a dynamic. It's a strong dynamic to beat. And that's where I find that a lot of groups gain their leverage in this world because one with many workers, many worker bees or something of the sort, they can fend off everybody else. They can make everybody else feel weak and independent by themselves and alone, and that can't challenge a big group. But the truth I've found is that any one group, it's one person pulling that group together. It's one person that truly is spreading that thought process to everybody else, to the way they act. Sometimes it ain't even the person in charge. Sometimes it's somebody just off in the shadows on the side you never seen or heard of. But in my life, that's the person I'm looking for in any group because I know that they're around. That's why the group still exists and doing bad. There's somebody behind the shadows manipulating things. I just gotta find that one. One of the spells, or not spells, but one of the blessings that I speak over in the language, in the ancient languages. It's literally in the translation. It says that I'm going to reveal all of your tricks, all of your lies, all of your spells, all of your magic. I'm going to reveal it to the entire world. Because when something that was once secret becomes mainstream public modern knowledge, well, the magician's trick of doing something behind their back while they're showing you something else goes away. Because now people are surrounding that entity completely. Their soul, their awareness. They know it's coming. They know the trick. They see it. They're no longer deceived by it. And now that one playing all them deceitful things, taking advantage of people's goodness, they no longer have an edge anymore. They no longer have their secrets at play because now people are aware of it. And that changes the dynamic of everything. 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 It's kind of funny. A big old 2-ton boulder kicked that one little rock out the way, and it was holding that whole boulder back from toppling over. He kicked that one little stone away, and that thing started rolling downhill. Who knew such a massive structure was being held back by such a small little frail thing? I find that the majority of this world, that's as simple as anything comes down to. You know that story about David and Goliath? Everybody saw Goliath, saw things he did, saw feats he accomplished. Oh, they had fear stricken in their hearts. Ooh, so huge, so big, so strong. Who could dare do anything against him? David walks up. He ain't been seeing him fight. He ain't been watching nobody die by his hands. He saw Goliath for what he was. Another person, just like himself. Well, David had a couple tricks in his pouch that were rather insignificant to others. And with some solid accuracy, down comes the giant. Little old David brought down the giant. Divine direction. Paying attention to what you know. He wasn't focused on what everybody else was telling him. He knew what he knew. He done this shit hundreds of times, if not more, in his lifetime. While nobody was looking. While nobody pinned any words over the little things. I bet David could take a goddamn bird out the sky with a stone. I bet he was that good. Pah! We got some bird now. Who do whatever he wanted. They worked on that all day long, every day. Just be there, pah! Just sit down on that pile of stones, pah! Not even try and nail his target. You don't gotta have anything big behind your name. You don't gotta have anything shiny about yourself. One good little skill that you know solid, shit. Most people don't be patient on themselves enough to learn that much. They just dumbfounded at what other people are producing and doing. So they only see one reality. There's always three angles to something. One, you could say dark, light, good, bad, whatever you want. The two halves, and then the whole. It's bringing them into singularity. And that's what will give you the advantage. That is a spiritual reality that will take you very far, is when you have the ability to take two opposing things and allow them to have a union, whereas naturally that could not happen. You are the alchemist. You can combine things that nobody else has or can. And that comes down to your mind and your heart bringing that together. And your body is going to support this creation in however way it best serves the self. That's why I've learned that creating the proper energy and maintaining that energy, staying in that energy, and not allowing my energy to flux or shift into what somebody else wants it to be, so I can create my future from that stable point of being able to shift when I want to, able to engage what I want to, be happy or sad or angered or roused with encouragement. But I don't need, I don't have to, I have no use for things to be irritated by. Irritation isn't something I need to use to get to an emotion anymore. I choose an emotion, and then I'm going to surround myself with material, and I'm going to embody that reality. I'm going to embody that energy and that frequency, and then I'm going to tap into the information flowing in on that. That's where those kind of things flow in, come together, and have a peaceful resolve within the self. Kids are growing up these days, and they're aware of realities that are hitting them now, not just in years to come. When I was a kid growing up, I remember learning of certain things in school about Social Security, that money coming back. And they told me and everybody in my generation of kids, they said, when you get to be the age to start receiving, they said it's going to be dried up. It ain't going to be there. I listened to that. I took that pretty seriously. I mean, it's not something that's said one time. They gave in-depth explanation of all of it. Now we're facing days where that reality is like it's about to happen. If I play somebody else's game, I'm stuck to their rules. If I choose the shamanic path, the divine path, then I play by those rules. I live by those rules. I'm governed by those rules. Those rules take priority. That's a different standard in life. That's a different reality to live up to. That's not necessarily a life that I can read a book or watch and follow after it. I can't do that. That's not going to be successful. Guru, priest, and nothing's going to work. Nothing of that sort's going to work. But for me to live it every single day, for me to, like we read at the beginning of the day, the five. I was born on the 23rd, 2-3. That's five right there. Five's needed ground. Man, I have sunk every bit of myself to grounding into that stable energy in an ever changing world. Though I myself know that in order to survive, I need to adapt to my circumstances. I cannot stay the way that I was yesteryear. Those solutions may not work today, tomorrow. I may need to figure out something else. I need to remain the alchemist. I need to remain the magician. And also, I'll put this one in the chat. I'm not going to capitalize the words or anything. But this is how you're a magician, quite literally. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. There you go in the chat log. It's spelled out there. Magic, there's your acronym. Quite legitimate. We do this without even crunching the numbers or the data. Our bodies, our souls, things know. That's why, for me, that's why I choose my habits carefully. What's the new habit that I want in my life? Because that habit is going to turn into auto processing that I do without even thinking, without even putting it together. It just freaking happens. Nowadays, I don't even watch the moon process, but I know all of a sudden I need to do my stuff right now. I haven't done it in a while. I need to do it right now. Whoa, I did my stuff, and it's the fucking new moon. It's the new moon. It's a full moon. Whatever the celestial event going on. Wow. I didn't even know. I didn't look anything up. I just did it. Why? Because I lived for 3 years. Plus I at 3 years minimum. I will properly say I lived my life according to the calendar of the moon. Yes, I included the calendar of secular modern stuff that we live with. I live on Earth. I'm here with you. I've got to be able to put some shit together. I could lose track of a few months. That was easy enough. Anyways, but I went by that moon calendar for my own life. I didn't put that on other people. I didn't put that shit on anyone else, but I knew when the new moon kicks in, it's a new habit that I'm going to start. And by the full moon kicking in, I've now completed that new habit. It's going to auto process on its own. I can stop studying about it. I can stop doing it every single day. I got a new habit to put into my auto processing so that I can develop to something new. I am not wasting my habits on being irritated with other people's problems, delays, irritations, or anything else. Fuck that. I'm building myself every single day because I know my soul is going to inhabit another body. I don't believe I'm coming back to Earth. I believe I'm going to be on another planet, on my home planet. But regardless, I know that my next physical incarnation, my soul, my spirit, that immaterial part of my existence is going to be in that body, and it's going to have updates that I stuck into it. I read those words every morning. Now, granted, there are some times within the past 5 years, 2026, 4 years, 3, 4 years, that I've taken breaks from reading. And in the beginning, I didn't have all that together. I had one. I had one ancient blessing. Egyptian Kemetic, because that's what I was drawn to more than anything or anyone else. Christian, Jewish, Egyptian slash Kemetic, and then the door opened up to learning about more. Anyways, and so I learned that lesson in Old Kemetic. I got the translation into English, and just about every single time I read it, I darn near cry. It's so moving, it's so powerful, it reminds me why I read it. I read it a million miles an hour. You can't, but the blessing went out. And I do that every single day. I've been doing that on such a regular basis. That's ingrained into my soul. My soul, when it jumps into the next life, it's going to say, I know there's ancient languages. I know there's older things around. There's something for me to dig up. There's something for me to find. Is the world giving it to me or are they hiding it from me? What the fuck do I need to do? I know this shit exists. I gotta find it. I gotta find it. My soul's gonna find it because I fucking ingrained it. We got short term memory and we have long term memory. Look it up on a science level. This shit's real. And what they are starting, and maybe some are aware of the idea or notion. This may be the first you ever heard of it, but the quantum memory of your soul. You got short term, you got long term for this body, but your soul, that vibration has a memory that is eternal. That's what we've been building every single lifetime. That's why we're a master of many things because we've had many lifetimes to master different things. And that's why things just come naturally easy. You have great success with it. Yes, you do have that first time, everything goes smooth, beginner's luck kind of thing. That's not what I'm talking about. The next time, shit, smooth and easy. Oh, there I had a little problem. I figured out it on my own. I had somebody come up to me and they said, "How do you do that? I'm in this industry and it's a trade secret. Where did you find out?" I'm like, nobody told me. I just stumbled on it myself. I tried this, tried that. That led to that. That led to that. I was like, shit, let's do this. It's been working ever since for me. Good to know. You don't need some group. You don't need some organization. You don't need all that shit. Go heart, you're going to discover life. You're going to pull all that back because your soul has memory. And that's what we're doing in this time. That's how we move from human to divine in this incarnation, in this body, without dying, without that shit. Before that happens, you can move into being divine by accessing the memory of your soul. You can't find that looking at everybody else, trying to, and when I say looking at everybody else, what I mean is trying to correct everybody's path. Oh, you're messed up here. Oh, can't do it like that. You could do it by observing others, by taking in our environment, by seeing different aspects, by relating it to it, how you relate to it. I'm absolutely positive. I've got things in my room. People walk in. Oh, I wouldn't be caught dead with that. Oh, that's a dolly. How could you have a dolly in your room? Oh, that's that. Oh, how could you have that in your room? Oh, hey, look, you have a dolly. That's so nice. That's so cute. Wow, neat. You get 100 different responses. My goodness, everybody got a different little ticker tacker they like inside. Draw that which you love to use. Surround yourself with those things. That's how we bring this. That's how we bring that old access, that old memory, because all these little images, all these different signs, all these different books, words, and everything is to activate your chakras, activate your energy, and really pull back from that memory that you do have so that you can have ability and skill and confidence in this world to overcome whatever obstacles before you, whatever comes up, to be able to say, you know what, that's going to be a compliment to my life. I don't need to make that a versus. It doesn't have to be an obstacle. I'm going to make that a compliment. Was that a stump in the ground making everybody stumble? Tell you what, I'm going to leave it there. I'll even respect the stump. Let's build a little thing on top and we'll make something really nice. And now We see it there and we walk completely around it every time. Nobody stumbles over it anymore. I didn't have to destroy it. I didn't have to cut the root out the ground that caused the bump in the road. Yeah, protected the root further and beautified the place. Whatever the case, adjustment, the adaptability. I'm not stuck to one person's options or one person's solutions. I could put more together. I could figure out another way to go. Versatility, baby. There are many more ways to make it in this world. On my journey, I've seen that if I rely on one person as a helping hand to my life, not someone to take advantage of, but just a friend and one person that can help me out, I'm going to become a burden to that person. I'm going to irritate that person. So I'm going to put too much on that person. But I found with a few different individuals, I can really find the support where I need it and not overburden one person too much. In this aspect on my journey of life, I've I looked at life and I saw a realization. There are some people in the world ain't got a dollar, to, not a nickel to save their life. There's other people in the world, they got so much money they could have one, two, three, four people living with them and still have enough money to pay bills, cover food, and whatever else. We're good. This is a reality when I'm around somebody as much as I can do to help or assist or do whatever that case is, whether they have money or whether they don't. And for me in life, in my journey, I took my future nest egg of money kind of construct of what I would be working for to save up for myself. And I said, well, that would be ultimately selfish, greedy, and other than serving a company, self serving. And in my experiences in life, I started helping people beyond that dollar. And I've come into different situations at different points in my life. Some people I helped for, I helped for a good while. I want to say I helped for months and didn't get much back. I got a roof over my head, food in my stomach, but that was about it. Not much of a reward at all. And other people, I've literally went in their house, and I remember one lady in particular, and I uh, I was my body took a hit, and I needed to recover. Like I had a bad, it was an injury. It was a heavy injury, and I really needed to recover. And she was so kind, let me stay there and everything. And when I was good to go, I was good to go. And she didn't put it on me. I needed to do work or wake up and do this or do that. I didn't need to. I didn't need to do none of that. Nothing was expected of me. But I still had a roof over my head. I still had food to eat. Hey man, like I was blessed at a time when I couldn't bless. Huh, sounds like moments I was extending myself into. I was blessing when I was in a place where I couldn't really bless, but I got blessed. Comes all the way around. Comes all the way around. And in that path and in that journey, connecting with other people has been the biggest thing for me. It's not what I can get out of them or from them or anything of that sort, but it's just that moment, the interaction. Who knows what help they may need and what they haven't been able to get. And to blame it on money, that's just sad for me. That's just a sad reality. I choose not to participate in. It's nice when the world goes round, and it's nice when good things can happen. But I looked at a lot of key things when I was younger. And when my life really went down the toilet, when my mom passed on and everybody pretty much trapped on me after that, I was out all by myself, then I get to live life how I want to. I don't have anybody's old rules stuck on me. They kicked me out. I don't have to play by their rules. Remember? Their game, their rules. Divine life, divine rules. Yeah, okay. And look, I'll put it down to this. I'll get all the way down to this way. This morning I'm going over the reading, and then I had my feet, done up, like I normally do, like this or whatnot. And legs are like this, and this knee was giving me a problem. It was hurting. It wasn't just numb. I was having pain in my knee, and like at a temple or somewhere like official, and they look real down at you or whatever, whatever. I've been places and I'm like, my legs aren't doing good. I need to stretch my legs out right now, and they'll walk up and they're like you need to cross your legs. Like I can't just I can't just be. Divine laws tells me be 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 comfortable. Are you not feeling good? Change so that you're feeling good. Divine law and order says you're not feeling good. Get the fuck out that situation. Change it up. You're in. I'm in. One, two, sitting in this spot. I'm in a third portal. I think I'm free to move about the portal. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and that's the difference between love and man's rules. Man's rules, they pin your soul and they make your heart sore. Divine love opens the heart to be able to relax so that I can say something freely and not be judged wrongly for just speaking. I can be who I am and make an adjustment in the moment and not be ostracized for just doing what I feel would be more peaceful for my body to be in without somebody coming in and telling me, well, you need to change. You need, the rule says, fucking rules. Rules, your mandates, your standards. Man's rules, it's like preserving a failing formula. Like, it's going to work for a moment, but those rules are going to break down at another level. How many times have we talked about even have you been aware or so seen in documentaries, maybe read some books and found out for oneself that the dynamics are going to change from this state to a black hole to a quantum level? Things kind of shift. Things don't actually operate the same at other dimensional places, they're finding out. So one standard rule does not work across the board. It worked for that thing. If that thing's outdated, and that's we need something new. And that's where I found the spirit is always adapting, it's always growing. It's just like nature. We're adapting to our surroundings, we're adapting to our environment. It gets hot over here, it gets cool over here, this happens there, this happens there. It's always trying to maintain homeostasis, it's always trying to maintain balance. And if we can do the same for ourselves in that state of balance, that's where success comes in because you can always think your way through anything. You are smart enough to think of a solution that nobody else has thought of, to do something in a situation you never had any idea of how to overcome it. But in a moment, you can put together your past, you can put together your present, you can look at two things, you can see a situation that's repeating it yourself, and you can adjust. You can say, you know what, that action last time didn't work too good. I'm going to do this instead. And that's literally what allows us to change things. We're not following something that's just going to be out the picture one day because our environment changed. No, we are constantly adapting. That's animals in the wild, that's trees, plants, nature at its finest, to us embodied. We are adaptable. And that to me, that's a bit of a success, formula of success, that no matter where I go, I got my head I got my head's up, my heart's up, my spirit's up. Because I know what it's like to be at the bottom. I know what it's like to just stay there and not get out of there. And I know that there's plenty of people still in the world stuck in places like that, mentally and emotionally. And so, by more and more and more individuals in the world, I've been seeing it pop up. Spreading good words, sharing good ideas, being a positive source of encouragement of whatever their specialty may be, that's changing a dynamic. I remember a few years ago, you come online into these things, and there's one type of feed. There's one style of person being who they are, and that's what's going on. And but that's not what we're stuck to anymore. We have the ability to be creators ourselves and to introduce a new algorithm, a new formula into the algorithm of life. And in that, from a quantum, magical, ceremonial way of being able to pull these elements and energies together and Sherman the world, or even straight up to a digital way of doing things. It was interesting. Yesterday I saw in passing a video, and it was somebody who had a bunch of they had an exotic outfit on, not showing off their body, but it was exotic. And they claim to be a particular type of person and spiritual, and they go put on shows and stuff like that. And the person who was asking them these kind of nonchalant questions, just being in passing and stuff, they come back and they ask the person, said, "Do you believe in oh gosh, what's the proper word he said? I can't remember, but he was like, "Do you believe in something?" And the lady was like, "Well, I guess it's, yeah." And like she did not give a direct yes, I believe in that kind of afterlife kind of thing. And the dude comes back and he starts relating to her about her family or a close member. She starts connecting and listening, and she's like, "Nah, nah, nah." She's hardly believing herself of what's going on. Person professing to be spiritual, and when they were presented with the actual happening of it, it was completely new to them. There's plenty of people who are going to dress up in this world and try to show you something flashy. But one thing I found out, somebody real, somebody who got something worth it, they ain't got to do nothing flashy on that. They just got to be themselves. They carrying the gold with them. Either it's going to be seen or it ain't. And hell, good for all the people that don't see the gold they're carrying, because if they did, holy hoop, shit. Oh, Wes, even today, people kill each other over gold. Yeah, that's still happening. It's not always good to show off what you got. That's why Sometimes people act like they got something when somebody shows up. Uh, it wasn't good to be a poser in that moment. It wasn't good to act like something they weren't because something real showed up. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But who knows, that might have really opened up that lady's path and allowed her to connect ever more, to really connect with that past ancestor, to really be able to open it up because they were positive comments. Their ancestor was looking after them, no doubt, put them on the journey. And the outfit they were wearing was inspired through spiritual contact with their ancestor, but they were not cognitively aware of it happening. They were just simply enjoying life along the way. And that's why I say, and I know and I repeat, that there are many shaman initiates, there are many magical individuals in this world, and through a seemingly odd set of circumstances comes together, and all you need is just somebody else to be like, yo, that shit was real. I know the path I'm on. Helping people realize what they are can help people be able to explore their own gifts rather than to become something that is not who they are. Exploring one's own gifts involves the heart, becomes something you're not, involves pounding things into the mind that are A, completely unfamiliar and absolutely unwanted. But when the heart really is enjoying something and goes from one thing to the next thing, there's nothing too unfamiliar, too far out there from one idea to the next, from one culture to the next, from one understanding to the next of whatever it may be, to be able to remember who one is, to have that ability and that skill in these days to be able to change our world. The more active shamans, the more oracles, the more healers, the more people of legit faith who are living that life, that's the faster our world changes for the better. And I do believe we are changing for the better. There's a lot of big things at play, of course, but I do see a positive world in our future. I don't see collapse. I don't see destruction. I don't see slavery across the globe. I don't see this. I see a revitalization of the ancient ways. I see us, that's what we've been doing the whole time. Humanity across the border, we've been trying to figure out our own past. What was on this world? What are we digging out the sand? Who left these things? How do we do it? And I believe, as well as many others out there already know, we know many of these ways. Whether it's public knowledge or hidden knowledge, humanity is very much aware of the old ways that can give prosperity in a multitudinous of fashions. And truly, that cusp of that happening, I see that. I see that. And the world certainly is going through its thing. It seems like every day something new's popping up. If it ain't that, it's that. If it ain't this, it's that. This happened. Now that's happening. Now this is happening. Now that's happening. What next? What next? I'm looking. We still putting together the whole kit and caboodle. Be able to see the picture. We're still gathering all the puzzle pieces, putting them in the right places to see what's really going on behind the scenes here. And what I see is an adjustment of energies on this world. I see different divine energies having their stations back. Because whether you're aware of it or not, I know that that's very much what happened. Is there was divine authorities over this planet, and it was maintaining stability. Those divine authorities were interrupted, and a new structure was put in place. The structure ultimately, this design, this maintenance that the ancients had, was the direction of the flow of souls from soul to literal embodied to human birthing and connection, coupling. And I know that's what they got at the top secret in this world. They know how to transfer a soul into a body. I don't need to see no proof on it. I know that that's the reality. I've worked with that reality on my own without anybody showing me how. But just finding the correct stuff, surrounding myself in the correct information, putting myself in the right environment, and then when my own portion of life kicked up, boom, I had my own experience with that one. Oh, ooh, that shit's real. And that's what I've been doing with my life before I went all viral and stuff like that online. I went around reinstating the divine powers as they should be. That's what I did. And then I could walk a little bit more easier in this world because there's divine authorities at hand. Even if the human is still the one in this world handling it, they are at the flow of that divine mind. I've seen it happen. I've seen it in person. My staff here, D's great power. If I shared the story before, I'll share it again. But in this kind of aspect of what I'm talking about, literal experience, I was in a vehicle with another person. They were driving. Cop came up. They're practically tailgating them for a good while, and then the cop went on, pulled around, and kept going forward. And the guy made a comment literally right away as the cop went around, and he said, "Usually they pull me over." I was like, "Not with D in the car." That cop, that person who got pulled over, they were just carrying some bad karma, and cops pull them over all the time. You ain't doing nothing wrong. You ain't speeding. All this lights work. All that stuff is good. Ain't carrying nothing bad. Nothing like that going on. But they just want to be mean to him because they're picking up on his energy. Nothing actually plausible, physical for them to mess with. They're going beyond their station of their authority. And when divine consciousness becomes aware of you and what's about to happen at a human level, it'll stop it and it'll put things into the heart and into the mind that will change people's lives. Literally. Not just for that one decision. It will change their future life. That decision and their future life. It will. Because they never had a vision that powerful, that emotionally present, that vivid ever happened to them before, and that is the power of the Divine Mother. She is the missing piece in our hearts that we seek after. That one is a fact. It's interesting how people, they really do have their own interest in life. Even when people join groups and things of that nature, they're trying to get somewhere. It's not where necessarily they want to end up, but they're all trying to use that vehicle, that boat, as a resource to get a little bit closer to where they're headed. I just learned how to appreciate the moments of what they are and how important they are when they happen. Because when I have that moment, that's when everything can change. The dynamic of somebody else's attention. And I don't mean in like a personal way of that sort, but like just to have a friend there to be hanging out with, that attention, that look, four eyes looking in the same direction, two brains in the same thought process. That's coherence. Where there's coherence, there is an amplification of energy. We can build more coming together than we can opposing each other. This is how I believe that we were able to accomplish feats in the past that we look as wonders of the world, ancient wonders of the world, because we were able to come together in a capacity of goodness, not badness. People talk about the Tower of Babel and how people came together to speak one language and they could build this tower. And I look at any skyscraper in this world and I see the Tower of Babel. You have engineering; those are blueprints. That's a whole that's a language all on its own. You have the person who's funding it. They're mad. They got this and that and money going there, and that's another language all on its own. You've got this aspect and that's you got so many different aspects. That's a multitude of languages being sing in a singular point so that that building was actually built. We're right back there. The Tower of Babel, we're living in it. Atlantis, it's built up. I mean, they practically got flying cars now. Practically and literally got flying fucking cars. There you go. We saw this on the movie screen many, many years ago. And we have technological advancements coming out practically new every day. New feats. Oh, this is how this has been done. All that, everything's being explained now. All the explanations, all the understandings, that entire book of thought, all that, it's open. It's open. Atlantis has risen around the planet. Some people are a little bit behind, some people are a little bit ahead. You got some people moving over here, doing stuff over there, helping out over there, helping that place grow up over there. Atlantis has risen, and now we got this huge ice thing that's about to fall off. It's imminent, and it's going to raise the sea level around the world by 2 feet immediately, and 3 feet, a third foot, another foot within some sort of estimated amount of time, or whatever the case. Maybe not estimated, but within some amount of time. We about to be flooded again, in a sense of things. We're about to relive exactly what we've seen happen over and over and over again. We survived before. Last time I checked, the dude that survived was building some. He was working on something that everybody else said you're fucking nuts for it. He was working on a project that it never rained. Back then, at least in that book, it was accounted that it misted. The clouds would come onto the earth, and it would mist the dew upon the fields, and that's how the earth was watered before. We didn't get torrential rains. We didn't get rainfall like we get it now. That didn't happen back then. And this dude started making a boat because it was going to rain. It's going to flood. It's going to get a bunch of water around the entire world. I'd say he followed his heart, and there is a success there in you following your heart. It's because it's going to save you from whatever flood literally and metaphorically happens on this planet. It wasn't one man that survived, it was a family. That family was a community, whether it be for one part of the world or another. There are several flood stories. There are several accounts of families surviving the flood independently for their own regions or own areas of the world when it happened. And there's no doubt in my mind the same would happen for us today, for those who were meant to be preserved, for those who were meant to be protected, for those who are the children of God, the children of the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. Their lives somehow would make it through because they would have not been following the world, they would have been following that narrow path, that yellow brick road, as some might consider it to be. The more you understand, it's because of the more you've worked with and been through. But all the understanding in the world, it can't replace love. Love, even when love doesn't understand, it knows what it's doing. Love is something so strong that it can hold on, can never give up in its pursuit of what it's doing. That's a vibration. It's a vibration to actually build and develop love. At this point in my life, it's not just simply something to feel, it's not an emotion attached to any single person. Love is a state of being, it is a resonance of continual balance.
Mhm.
And through that balance, whatever needs to shift, whatever needs to adjust, that's what will happen. Because even a good thing, too much of a good thing can be a bad thing. And in those regards and in those ways, truly, like, for me, that's where I've been able to find the happiest memories in life and create new ones. A memory can last a lifetime, or it can be very fleeting. If the heart was present, that memory can stick in. If the heart wasn't present, very fleeting. And we got some soul memory to work with. We got some soul memory to go through. And that's what we read over at the end of the jam pretty much every morning is going through, going into that well of memory and being able to access it, being able to find that golden cord through life, that golden thread through life. And that golden thread through life is following the purity, following the divine, and not being lost through darkness. What is the darkness? The darkness is one's own shadow. Look, Peter Pan was said to play with his shadow. Play. There's a account of a person in the Bible, and it says they wrestled with an angel for a blessing. All right. So one wrestled with their inner light. They fought for a blessing with their inner light. In another story, Pan plays with his dark shadow. Yes, they have fun. His shadow, even though it's dark, even though that's that aspect of him, he's cool with them. He accepts them. He's playing with them. That's the reality of seeing that. I mean, the answer is right there in front of us the whole time. How is Peter Pan so happy? He was okay with his dark side. He was okay with the things that maybe he didn't do or did wrong or whatever that case was, whatever the trauma was in the past, whatever was lost. He was okay with that. And because he was okay with that, he acknowledged it. By acknowledging it, by being okay with it, he could interact with that aspect of himself and not be fighting with it. You could even be aware of the stuff inside of you, the light and the good, and you fight for a good outcome. Because you can have all these positive ideas. You could be surrounded by all these negative individuals sending negative ideas to you. You'd be fighting with your light, trying to bring all the good together, trying to figure out how to do something positive because you gotta fight for that. Shit. If Peter Pan could play with his dark shadow, with that aspect of his own being, that's how he was able to do all the wondrous things with the light so as to overcome any obstacle before him. He didn't have to fight with the shadow. He didn't have to fight with that side of himself. He was solid in who he was, a divine being. Someone who can accept their past and make a good decision today for their future tomorrow. I mean, that's where it comes out to. That's what we're seeking to embody. And those who haven't accomplished that yet, maybe they in their villain stage, maybe they're in this stage, maybe they're learning this or learning that. They're in a journey, that's for sure. They're learning and developing and growing, and as they get their experiences, they're going to become whoever they decide to be. And who they decide to be, they've had people along their life encouraging them to be who they're going to be. Be who you are. Be good. Be loved. Yo, bro, how you doing? You're encouraged by that throughout your life, it might turn pretty darn positive. Oh, you get a bunch of negative comments, might wind up turning about a bit sour. So being aware of who you're around, what you decide to be around, this matters. This changes things. In this world, this life, it's all about your ability to change any dynamic that you choose to. Any dynamic that you would like to choose to change, you can change. It is within your ability to change those circumstances. Oh, little old me, how can I do that? I was a little kid and my mother was getting physically beaten. I felt bad because I didn't have the physical strength to stop that motherfucker. You think I ever gave up on that string? Shit. People see me in person and they think I'm this fucking little old thing or whatever the case. Shit, give me the. I there's one dude I was helping him. He had a car engine, full size car engine, in a downhill rivet portion. We needed to load it into the back of a trailer to take it to junk it. Up two feeders. Okay, an engine. They didn't have an engine lift. They didn't have a fucking crane. They didn't have anything like that. We had a winch for part of the way, because it was down in the ditch. Dude's like, no way, we're moving it. Dude turns around, puts his attention on something else, got out the way. I fucking moved the thing right at the it was on the thing. I said, back up the truck and pull the ramp up to it. No, She put up the, I'll push it up the darn thing. Come on, let's go. You pulled it out. We didn't know how we were going to get it up in there totally at the top because the winch is only going to pull it so far. And you know, if you like pushing an engine, it's the first time I ever handled an engine by by myself or any. First time I ever handled an engine. Period. Full size car engine. And and it doesn't have a point where it just rolls regular. You roll it and it's gonna like get onto something and lose its. So okay, and we're going up this ramp. It's not very wide, a little wider than my body here. We got to. I For the last bit of haul of it, I push that mug up in there. Oh, we had to pull, of course, take that winch off it and went out. Push that mug up in there. Got it in there. Pivoted it and everything. Did what it needed to. I got a lot of muscle under this skin. Shit. I didn't fool anybody. It's exactly what it's supposed to do. There's skill in being the fool, and there's power in allowing people to laugh at you and call you names and walk through it like nothing happened because nothing did. They were slinging insults in another dimensional reality that I wasn't present for. Nothing stuck. Whatever the fuck went, I don't know what it was. Uh, Something just went out of nowhere for as an omen. Let you know that is the power, the fool. People like to have the advantage. They like to look like they have the advantage, and they like everybody around them to feel inferior so that they can feel and falsely sense as if they have some advantage. When I started my spiritual shamanic journey at the fucking beginning, when I still was wet with Jehovah's Witness vibes behind my ears, I became aware that every single human on this planet is goddamn equal. Ain't nobody got nothing special. Ain't got nothing over nobody else. They ain't got no extra smarts. Most people, for being at the top, got what they got at the top because they stole it and killed the motherfuckers who had it and came up with it originally. Huh. You had to steal to get where you got ultimately. Magic, sorcery, tricks, lies, deceit. I know how the world was when before I started working my magic. It was a different place. That's for sure. It's a massively different place. Alright, I'll get to talking. That was a dying message. My mom. It was a dying clue. My mom. My mom herself, Rosemary. She taught me. She taught me how to accomplish this. Before she died, we were still Jehovah's Witnesses. Didn't talk about magic, get into it. We watched Harry Potter once or twice, but we didn't even buy the movies. Nothing of that sort. Totally stuck in fucking religion, at least for my mind, was it what it was. Well, enough as it was. Anyways, thank you, Brendan Fraser. Love you, bro. My mom bought a movie before she died. It was called Inkheart. I encourage you to see it if you haven't seen it. I'll put it in here. Ink Heart. Fabulous movie. She bought this movie and she told me she wanted me to. She bought the movie. She had passed away, and I found the movie still sealed up. And I know that it was like something she left for me to watch. I never heard about the movie. I never saw the movie. She never she never tried to sit me down to watch the movie because that was our thing. We loved to watch movies together. We'll go to the movies, watch movies together. That's what we do. And that one was there and sealed up, and she hadn't opened it. So I'll pop that movie open. And essentially, in that movie, they released a spiritual reality, whether they knew it or not. And essentially, from the grave, my mom was telling me that the power of my voice is creation itself. That's what she said. I put it all together. I put it all together. It wasn't just that movie, but I put it all together. I put all the dynamics together of her life, of our lives, of everything she taught me. And that was the reality. That was the spiritual truth. I don't know if my mom was into, she never had tarot cards. She never did anything like that. I never saw my mom get into any aspect of that life. It was never introduced to me. It was never taught to me. Nothing of the sort. But she left me with that message. And when I found the words of power, and when I found the ancient ways of literally it explaining how the words of power are used to create reality, I was like, holy motherfucking shit. And I started talking, and the world started changing. We're going to get to paradise. Co create paradise with me. Let us all co create and bring heaven, which is in our minds and our hearts, onto the world that we all live on with our bodies. Much love and many blessings. Until tomorrow, 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be live again. Much love and many blessings again. Dana de Kauai.